Hey, good afternoon, everyone. For those viewing this meeting on our web stream or on Eastlink, and for those in attendance, I would ask that you please turn your phone on silent mode. I'll now call this council meeting to order. We do have a few changes to the agenda. First of all, communications under 6 Echo, Julie Stone, it's in regards to the Long Point parking. There's 2 corrections to the bylaws, 10B, which is 12Z 2020, it's a correction of the map, as well as an addition 10L, Bylaw 2020-65 being a bylaw to stop up and close part of Part Lot 12, Plan 28B in Norfolk County. It's a housekeeping correction. Are there any other further changes? Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Could I add another closed session item, please, for legal advice?
Okay, did you want to do that at the time when we go in just after the auditors?
At any time that is available. So.
That probably makes most sense. We'll call Paula in then, so after the auditors have finished and closed. And what's, just for the agenda, can we include what that's in reference to?
Well, we've had legal advice on whether or not we can overrule a medical officer of health when he chooses to implement an order. I want some legal advice on whether or not we can overrule him when he chooses not to implement an order.
Okay. So Jason will give Paula the heads up, and we'll look to put that in at 5B then. That's kind of a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Rabbits. All those in favor? That's carried. Any declarations of pecuniary interest? Okay, seeing none. In that case, I guess we're going to start with our presentation from the auditors to present the 2019 audited financial statements. Diane, is that to present? Is she in the back?
Can we start with the staff presentation?
No problem. I just didn't have that down here, Megan. Sorry, Diane, I didn't realize that. I didn't have that. However you guys would like to handle it, it's no problem.
Okay, so sorry about that. Good afternoon, Mayor Chop and members of council. We have a brief presentation, a few slides to highlight some of the key items contained in the 2019 financial statements and the financial report, an update on the financial services department, and just some financial trends that we wanted to highlight for council. Report CS 2009 provides a summary of the financial statements and a brief outline on significant year-over-year changes, along with various tables that are summarizing some of our key results for the year. Millard's Chartered Professional Accountants completed their audit of our 2019 financial statements, and they have issued a clean audit opinion stating that the statements in all material respects fairly present the financial position of Norfolk County. The role of the auditor is to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements of Norfolk County are free from material misstatement. To do this, Millard's has assessed the risks, reviewed our internal controls, evaluated our accounting policies, and evaluated the overall presentation of the statements. The role of management is to be responsible for the preparation of the statements and for setting internal policies and controls to ensure the statements are free from material misstatement. So it's just kind of a quick summary of how we got here. The 2019 financial information return was filed with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing on July the 7th. And the operating deficit is for Norfolk County 2019 is 132,967. And it's broken down by division on table 3 of the report, just for your information. The contingency reserve balance is not sufficient to fund the deficit for the year, which would be our normal practice. So the deficit then would have to be planned for on the 2021 levy unless an alternative funding source can be arrived at in the meantime. The rate budget recorded a surplus for 2019 of 127 million. So just kind of a quick synopsis of the report. I'm going to turn it over to Megan for further updates.
All right, as mentioned by Amy, there was an operating deficit of approximately $133,000 this year. The drivers for this deficit are listed on page 60 of the council package. Amongst the unfavorable drivers in this list are POA revenues, winter control, fleet, and developmental charges. These factors are of note as they were identified and adjusted for as part of the 2020 right sizing of the budget. Their presence shows that the hard work undertaken by council for the 2020 budget was consistent with our 2019 audited results. As mentioned by Amy, it is management's responsibility to prepare and present the financial statements fairly, as well as to establish the appropriate internal controls. 2019 showed continued maturity within the financial services department within this area. This is the second year that the financial statements have been prepared internally and the third year that the FIR has been prepared and filed internally. Further, internal review of the financial statements and the financial information return were also conducted as part of our continuous monitoring of the internal practices and presentation. Lastly, at council's request, the department also completed variance reporting as of June 30th and September 30th as part of our ongoing efforts to improve the flow of financial information. I'm now going to pass it back to Amy, who will highlight some of the key financial trends.
So in the attachment number 1 to the report, there are some line graphs contained in the statistical information section, and we just wanted to highlight some of those this afternoon. So the first set of charts is on reserve and reserve fund balances, and although the levy reserve balances did show some slight improvement for 2019, they are still in a deficit position. So we need to work on reversing the downward trend to build a better financial foundation. The rate reserves have been increasing, which is positive, but there are some substantial funding requirements on the horizon for some water and wastewater projects. The next section of graphs is on the long-term debt. So the levels are increasing, and you'll see that later on in your meeting today in report CS 2015. The levels are going to increase in 2021 from 76 million up to 82 million. So there's some trends there. And the operating levy for 2019, it did end the year in a deficit position. However, the deficits have narrowed substantially over the past 2 years. So in 2017, it was 5.6 million. In 2018, it was just over 500,000. And this year, it's 132,000. So there's some good news in that the deficits are getting much smaller. And although the 2020 budget was right-sized, the impacts of COVID-19 will be substantial. So that's something that is going to have to form our basis for moving forward for the county as well. And I'm going to turn it over with that to Diane from Millard Chartered Professional Accountants to talk about the financial statements.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll just go through and highlight some areas in this financial statements and some changes from the prior year. Then if you have any questions after that, just let me know. So Megan had touched on the independent auditor's report. It goes through our opinion, management's responsibility, as well as the auditor's responsibility. One thing to add to that is it also talks about management and those charged with governance. So generally, council responsibilities for financial statements would include the review and approval of the draft financial statements that are prepared by management, including the presentations and disclosures, making known to the auditor any instances of fraud or illegal acts or non-compliance with laws or regulatory matters that could impact the financial statement, and where necessary, reviewing matters raised by the auditor with the appropriate level of management, and that would typically be things that we have laid out in our audit findings letter. Moving on to page 4, Statement of Financial Position. Overall, the financial assets are items like cash, and they convert into cash over the regular course of operations. That has increased 31.9 million. There was a 7.4 million increase in cash itself and a 23.8 million in investments. Part of that increase was 18 million of debt issuance proceeds, and 6 million was due to the early adoption of a PSAB standard for investments. What that actually ended up doing was any investments that are quoted in an active market are now showing on the financial statement at market value when it used to be shown at cost. As for the liabilities, those have increased 30.6 million. Accounts payable accounted for 4.5 million of that increase, and in that number, there's 2 million for the NGH pledge. For the deferred revenue, there was an increase of 4.1 million due to increases in federal gas tax and OCIF. and the long-term liabilities have increased 21.6 million. Part of that is due to 27.1 million in debt issuance. 23.9 million of that was for bridges, wastewater plants, and the soil remediation, and the remaining 3.2 million was for various other projects. That brings you down to net financial debt of 18.4 million. This line item is a measure of future revenues required to meet past obligations. So that means if you were to get in everything that you're entitled to now and having to pay out everything that you're going to have to pay in the future, there would be a downfall of about 18 million. The non-financial assets are assets that are used to provide services. The biggest line item here, the tangible capital assets. There was 39 million of additions, with almost 20 million of that related to the Delhi wastewater facility. And those additions are offset by $26 million of amortization. So that brings you down to accumulated surplus of the 553 million at the end of the year. The next page is the changes in accumulated surplus. Since the new PSAB standards didn't allow for retroactive restatement, it had to be shown prospectively. We had to just put this schedule in place to show the continuity of the opening surplus. The next page of the consolidated statement of operations. Revenue is grouped by source. Overall revenues were 205 million, which were up 8 million from the prior year. Taxation was up 4.5 million, and other income was up 3.1 million. Some of that increase was donations of 700,000, with 480,000 of that being a land donation, and also an increase in developer contributions of 1.7 million. We look at the expenses that are grouped by function. Overall, there's 197 million, which is up 9.6 million. Some of the line items that have changed, general government is up 3.8 million, and 2 million of that is the NGH pledge. That's where you see that showing up. And transportation was up 3.9 million. 2.3 million of that was a drains write-off, and 500,000 related to fleet maintenance and winter control. And then in the social housing, we see an increase of 2.1 million related to the Aspen apartment build in Dunville. So overall, that gives an annual surplus of 7.1 million for the year. The next statement is the remeasurement gains and losses, and this just shows the unrealized and realized gains and losses for how the investments are now accounted for. The page 8, changes in net financial debt. This just shows the impact of current year operations on the net financial debt number. And the statement of cash flow, page 9, shows where cash came from and how it was used during the year. That brings us to the notes to the statements, which go through the significant accounting policies that we use, as well as there's a lot more detail provided on the numbers in the statements itself. I just wanted to point out where there is new notes from prior years. In note 2, we show that there was an adoption of 4 new standards, because when you wanted to do early adopt one of them, there was actually 4 sections that had to be brought in all at once. Note 19 is financial instruments, just one of the requirements of the new PSAB 3450 section. And then note 20, we added something for subsequent events, just pointing out the COVID pandemic and the potential impacts at this time are not known. Some other upcoming pronouncements coming for 2022, note 3, contaminated sites. Right now, you don't have to record anything because these sites are in productive use. In 2022, there's going to be a new section on asset retirement obligations coming into place, where you will then have to actually accrue for those costs going forward. So just something to keep in mind for the next while in a budget item discussion. For some other notes, note 9 TCA, that gives a lot of more detail on the different asset categories. And note 10 on accumulated surplus, I just want to point out a few things on that. So that is on page 21. It goes through and breaks out surplus into many different categories. Up at the top, you have your tangible capital assets. This continues to absorb more resources for replacement and management of capital assets. This shows the operating deficit of the negative 132,000, which is an improvement over the prior year of 540,000. Looking at reserves and reserve funds, this is the way to earmark revenues to finance future expenses, and it's an allocation of the surplus to these specific purposes. The contingency fund of $599,000 actually includes the $675,000 modernization funding, which is going to be used in 2020. So really, after that's spent, there's $76,000 deficit, which is why it doesn't cover the operating deficit of $132,000, which is going to be added into the 2021 levy. So overall, we do see some reserve with brackets. These are being focused on and moving in the right direction, and we'll continue to need to do that. When we looked at a 10-year snapshot, the contingency and working capital reserves were down almost $10 million in that 10-year period. And if you remove the legacy fund, which was from the sale of Norfolk Power, its reserves are basically down almost $9 million in that same 10-year period. So that goes through and just highlights a quick snapshot of the year, unless you have any other questions on the statements.
Questions from councilors? Councilor Columbus.
Monies that were set aside, the 3.2 million for the hub project, where do we find those monies in the budget? What line item would that be? The monies that were set aside for the potential hub? Perhaps that's a staff question.
Yeah, I don't have that detail.
I think they can, yeah. Good. Sorry, this is Kathy, through the mayor to Councillor Columbus. I believe the original budget still has approximately 1.2 million. I'm just going off the top of my head, so I may not be 100% accurate. And there was a portion of that, I can get you the information. I believe a small portion was funded from either OSIF, and the balance was going to be issued by debt. The actual purchase, we have not funded that property or the cost for any of the hub costs at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Councilor Van Passen.
Just to Councillor Columbus, I think that's in the data they gave us on all the ongoing capital projects. I think the numbers are actually in that we dealt with at the committee meeting the other day. Yeah. You got to read the fine print and.
Further questions? I have a couple. So on page 56, when we look at the levy and surplus deficit from 2010 to 2019, I think it's pretty clear that Norfolk County has been running a deficit every single year except for 2012. So 9 out of 10 years we were in a deficit position. Section 294 of the Municipal Act requires municipalities to file their annual FIRs. And part of that would be provincial oversight because municipalities, correct me if I'm wrong, are not supposed to be running multi-million-dollar deficits. Is that correct? Just your micro, thanks.
Yes, so that part of that will always be covered by the contingency funds, which that is part of what has been drawn down over the years.
And there's nothing left?
No, that's correct.
Okay. And so that responsibility, I don't know if you're aware, but Norfolk County was always several years behind in filing their FIRs with the province. Is that an auditor's responsibility or is that a staff responsibility?
That part would be a staff responsibility.
Okay. And, you know, earlier this year, we were at a public meeting in Langton, and citizens said at the meeting that the auditors should have warned the public that, you know, we were in this declining financial performance. Is that true, or is that the job of staff and of council?
Well, we go through just to highlight what the actual numbers are. So every year we would look at, you know, the surplus and, you know, point out, you know, when you have the brackets, you know, kind of what that means. And that's kind of what we say to management and council.
Correct, but you're providing the numbers, verifying the numbers, and it's their jobs to take action to correct those trends. It's not the auditor to provide advice on how to fix the financial performance of the municipality.
Correct.
Thanks. And then one other question, In terms of, on page 57, there's the levy reserves. Those have also been falling steadily since 2010. In fact, in 2010, there was 21 million in reserves, and by 2014, so 2 terms of council ago, there was only 1 million. And then in trending to a negative position by 2017. What would it take to get us back to having, and maybe this is a better question for staff, but what would it take to get us back to that 21 million in reserve position that we saw back in 2010?
Through the chair, I guess to the chair, to get back to $21 million in reserve, obviously it took a long time to decrease that reserve level. If you did it based upon our levy rate now, if you wanted to do it in a one-shot basis, it would take a 21% tax increase to get us $21 million to replenish our reserves. Realistically, that's not possible, obviously, if I tried to propose a 21% tax increase. So the budget last year, we had outlined a number of steps, including, tax increases, operational cuts, the sale of surplus assets, try to do a bit from each category to try to bring the reserves back up. But not to be cheeky, I think if you want to get $21 million, it requires a 21% tax increase in perspective.
Thanks. Any further questions, councillors? Councillor Rapids.
Thank you, and through you. My question is about unfinanced capital. And I see that we have added to it, but comparatively to previous years, we have a lower amount of unfinanced capital on the books. And I was hoping for some comments about, what that is in terms of a liability for the municipality. And, are we increasing our debt as a result of decreasing the amount of unfinanced capital? I was just hoping for an overview of that particular item and a comment about the increasing trend of issuing more debt.
Through the chair, I'll have finance step in also, but as explained during the budget process, we are on track to double our debt fairly quickly. The issue comes back to not having any reserves. Our reserves are negative, where in most times when you run a capital program, so last year I think our capital program was about $80 million, you would take some from reserves and finance the rest, where we now have nothing left in the cupboard, so everything is going to be more substantially debt financed or levy financed through increasing in levy. So that's the stay awake issue for the finance team and management at this point in time.
Further questions? Mr. Burgess, one for you. I guess, right, just in your message that you included, page 19, I just wanted to point this out for perhaps some of our media that's in the room. So we did run a deficit this year, but maybe could you contrast that to just speak about the deficit that you've highlighted there in 2017?
Sure. Through the chair, the notes that I put forward as far as looking back to 2019, we narrowed the deficit almost to a rounding error of $130,000. So in 2019, staff clearly worked hard to narrow that deficit. All things being equal without COVID, we would be on track to going to a surplus in 2020. If you look at the staff report with regards to all the negative variances that were identified that happened in 2019, all the negative variances, or not all of them, but the majority of them in 2019, we addressed through the right sizing process of the 2020 budget. So without COVID-19, we would have been into surplus territory for 2020, which would have been the first time it'd be the second time in 10 years then that we would have done that. And I think we're much more positioned to move forward on that front. So the last 2 years, as I don't know the page number, but there's a graph there, and we actually point out, sorry, it's page 56 in the agenda. We actually point out, we circle that part of the graph to show from a levy operating surplus deficit point of view, the rather significant increase that has happened since 2017 to go from a deficit of 5.63 million to almost break even in a 2-year period. So I think staff have a lot to, to be proud of for those changes.
Thanks. And then one more question I had on that. I just got to find the page here, sorry. There was a line item that was being shown for the rent that we are currently paying on the Robinson Administration Building, which is approximately $1 million annually. And there's a lot of misunderstanding and misconception out in the public, and I'm just wondering if we might be able to clear that up. So people often say, why don't we move the seniors over to the Robinson Administration Building? There's all this empty space. So Norfolk County currently only leases half of the building, correct?
Just slightly less than half, yes.
Okay, so, and that rate with $1 million, I believe it's somewhere around 26,000 square feet that we lease. And at that rate, our annual, or our price per square foot is around, I think it's around somewhere $27 per square foot. And I just thought maybe if our finance department might have some comments. Kathy, do we receive property taxes on that? You know, is that rate correspondingly reduced by property taxes coming in on that building?
To the mayor and council, when the lease was negotiated, we declared the space that we are allocated at the Robinson Street Municipal Building as a municipal capital facility. And that's actually built right into the lease. If there's any other commercial properties within the building, they are built directly to the landlord.
Okay. So I also just, for council, I pulled up today from the Toronto Real Estate Board. These were some figures that were released last year and was reported on Globe Newswire. The average lease rate for office space in Toronto, and it's actually declining in 2019, was $13 a square foot. And we're paying more than double that for office space in Simcoe. Would you say that's a correct assessment, Kathy?
To the mayor and council, yes, that's a correct assessment.
So when people ask why we're not putting the senior center or using the remainder of the building, it wouldn't make sense to pay nearly double what people are paying in Toronto for office space.
Correct.
Okay, any further questions? Councillor Van Passen.
Well, now that you've brought that to the public's attention, don't forget to mention that we've dumped about $3 million of our own money into leasehold improvements over and above the lease payments we're making and the taxes we're not collecting. So you gave a bad story, but it's actually a little bit worse if you add their other things.
That is correct. I believe it was around 2.3, I think, that was put in leasehold improvements at the time.
I think 2.3 specifically for the court, but there was a bunch of other upgrades we needed to do as well. So.
Thanks. Any further questions? Councillor Rabbits.
Thank you. Through you, I've got one more. If we're making reference to the staff report, looking on page 2 of 11, it's 8 of our agenda. We have some discussion items about the consolidated statement of our financial position, and it does indicate that Norfolk needs to ensure that a viable, sustainable debt management plan is in place to meet the long-term debt obligations as they come due without jeopardizing the provision of our municipal services. My question to staff, and it'll likely be directed towards our CAO, Jason, when can we expect that debt management plan to come before council? Is that part of the budget subcommittee process, or are we just expect that at budget time proper? Is it going to be in the operating? When do you foresee that coming place?
Thank you. Through the chair to the councillor, it's a great question. our original plan was we would bring that through the budget process. Our feeling is that Norfolk County should set principles around their budgeting, and one of those principles should be the maximum ARL, the allowable debt repayment limit. We're at, I'm sure finance will correct me, just over 7% of our ARL. You're legally entitled to be able to go up to 25%. Most municipalities actually set a guideline that says, thou shalt not exceed, pick your number, 10%, 15%. But that needs to be a discussion with council. The challenge that this council is going to face this fall, everything's going to kind of converge at once, because we will be providing you with a preliminary asset management plan, which accounts for the cost to sustain our assets and what's likely going to have to be borrowed from that. So council will be able to see what your future debt requirements are and try to set that policy. So that is something that council should set. And our original plan, and council can certainly change it, was to bring that through the budget process when we're looking at our long-term forecast.
Councillor Huffman.
Oh, maybe the power's off on it. Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you, actually, to Mr. Burgess, when you brought up the issue of the Robinson Street building and quoted those figures from Toronto, it certainly doesn't make sense to be almost paying double. So in light of that, does it make sense that we continue to pay that amount? And would we not be looking for other rental space or looking to renegotiate on that? It doesn't seem very like a very good business plan to continue to pay twice as much as what the going rate would be in Toronto.
There we go. No, I'm good now. Sorry, through the chair to the councillor. I'll try to pick my words carefully, since we are in open session and this could be a closed session matter. But what I would say is that staff does not have any plans to extend that lease at this point in time. And when we look at our long-term facility strategy, I don't see how that rate makes sense. I think from a business point of view, if someone looks at, if you were to redo it today, you may look to, you could have essentially built a building for $18 million, owned it for 40 years, and your payback would have been, you would have paid the same amount that you would have been paying in lease rates, paid it off in 20 years and owned it for another 20 years. For a municipality versus a business and how they look at, long-term assets, it might be different. But I think for a municipality to, commit to a very long-term lease, it needs to make financial sense. And I would say that we need to take another look at how we're doing our facility strategies in the county. Unfortunately, Councillor, we are committed to a lease. It's a legally binding document, and we have to deal with it as it is, but it does provide us time to plan going forward, so that maybe in 7 years' time we have a much better strategy going forward with our facilities.
So that was a long-winded answer of saying that 2 councils ago, they signed an agreement that is legally binding and there's no getting out of the lease arrangement.
Yes, I was trying to be a little bit more optimistic with the fact that now we do have some time to develop a strategy going forward.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Huffman? Any further questions? Again, I also want to commend staff on the performance this year. Yes, we did run a small deficit. It is a substantial increase in performance than what we had been seeing in the past several years. Again, trending downward since 2010. 9 out of 10 years we're in a deficit position, and certainly it's tightened it up. And I think, Mr. Burgess touched on it earlier, but all the changes that we made, the 3.1%, that was to right-size the budget this year, that was to no longer fund waste out of the waste management reserve, to the POA fines that were overestimated in revenues, funding staff positions out of WSIB reserve account. So we've made all those corrections, and I, again, just like to applaud staff for that work, and as well thank the auditors for coming today. Really appreciate it. So I guess now we're going to move over into closed session. This is a new item. I just wanted to let the public know what was happening now. We're going to move into closed with the auditors. This is going to be a new procedure for council, and this will be to discuss with the auditor the performance of key staff members and to discuss any concerns that they might have about the security of the assets of the corporation. So hopefully it's a step towards greater transparency and accountability, and that portion should only take a few minutes. And then following that, we will also bring in Ms. Budis to discuss the matter related to the medical officer of health that Councillor Van Passen had raised. So if we could.
We're not going to, we're not going to address that during the notice of motion respecting the face coverings?
Well, we can. I just thought since we were going into close, just to make it more expeditious.
There is another closed session at the end of the agenda, though, too.
Okay, well, we can do that then. We'll just do the auditors. That's fine. Okay, so first I need a motion that report CS 20-09 regarding the 2019 audited financial statements and year-end performance measures be received, and that the 2019 consolidated financial statements for Norfolk County be received, and further that the surpluses for water and wastewater be transferred to the appropriate capital replacement reserve. That's been moved by Councillor Van Passen and seconded by Councillor Michele. All those in favor? And that's carried. And finally, that council move into closed session at 3:37 p.m. to discuss the following matters: the auditor's report regarding personal matters for Norfolk County employees pursuant to sections 239(2)(b) of the Municipal Act 2001, as the subject matter pertains to personal matters about identifiable individuals, including municipal or local board employees. All those in favor? And that's carried.
On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and found With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Up north, on a strip of sandy soil, lies a county called
We have a motion that's been moved by Councillor Martin and seconded by Councillor Michele that council reconvene in open session at 3:51 PM. All those in favor? And that's carried. So just to continue the discussion that we just had in closed session, one of the additional questions that I had asked was in relation to the millions that we wrote off in drainage, and whether that was a known problem for some years. And I don't, maybe you can just answer that again here in open for us.
So yeah, the drainage issue was an issue that was brought up on a number of audit findings letters over the past few audits, and was currently addressed by staff this year.
Okay, so these audit finding letters, which have been written annually by you guys, submitted along with the audit, would generally be provided to councils on an annual basis. However, in the case of Norfolk County, it was addressed to the then CAOs and copied to the treasurer, but they never made it into a council package. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so moving forward, just for the public, those letters will be made publicly available and provided to council. We will also be looking to release as many years past as we have available. So I guess we might need a motion for that. Go ahead, Councillor Taylor.
Just one quick question. The name changed of the letters, what should we use for the name of the letters? Audit findings. I'd like to move that the audit findings that we have on hand be released to the public.
So move that historical audit finding
Historical,
letters be made public. Seconder? Councillor Rabbits, any discussion on that? All those in favor? And that's carried. And Jason, did you want to say some?
Yeah, just now that we're in public session, I just did want to thank the auditors. This would be one to remember, trying to undertake an audit during COVID-19 when you're not allowed to be present in the office. Both staff and the auditors worked very well to electronically transfer files. I'm sure the auditors had to figure out exactly how to meet their standards during this. So I just would like to thank the auditors for their work during this, during COVID-19 and adjusting, and also to finance staff for also adjusting their processes to get this audit done. Thank you.
I guess on behalf of council, I also want to thank yourself as well, because I don't think any of this would have happened without you and the changes that we've seen. So thank you to you and staff, and again to the auditors as well. Okay, moving on to communications. Oh, sorry, there was one more motion following closed session, just that the comments of the external auditor be received for information and remain confidential. That's been moved by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Michele. All those in favor? And that's carried. Communications, did you prepare those, Andy? Maybe not.
Yeah, that's the first one.
Oh, I see, okay, thanks. So the first communication is just from a memo from the clerk. That's in regards to the nominations for chair and vice chair of the budget committee. Councillor Rabbits.
Here we go. Okay. Thank you. Through you. I expressed an interest last year to serve on the budget committee, and I still remain interested in serving as either in a chairing role or a vice chair role. But I would defer to my colleagues if anyone was interested in nominating me for the position. I'm still interested in serving in that capacity. I welcome the challenge.
Okay, who else is in? Councillor Martin?
I would just move to nominate Councillor Rabbits for chair or vice chair of the position. I recall last year's interest, and Councillor Van Passen and Mayor Chop sat on it, so I'd be happy to nominate him.
Councillor Columbus?
I would second that nomination.
Okay, are we chairing or vice chair?
Sounds like I'm chairing. Should you choose to accept? You've got one volunteer that's able and willing. for
Councillor
chair.
Huffman?
I would like to support that as well, and I would be very interested in learning more about our budget process and would be pleased to serve as vice chair.
Okay, so if we could have Councillor Martin moved for Councillor Rabbits as chair, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? And that's carried. And if somebody could Councillor Taylor to nominate Councillor Huffman, seconder. Councillor Michele, all those in favor? That's carried. So we will have Councillor Rabbits as chair of the Budget Committee and Vice Chair Councillor Huffman. Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Mayor. I think I just lost a couple gray hairs, so, but I like that idea, and it's almost like that should be a mandatory, that we should rotate through council, because I know last year was sort of the first year we did it as a budget committee, and there was a lot of hours spent with staff behind the scenes, and, you know, I think I made the mention when we did the budget that we actually brought a real one. It wasn't just some paper fluff that, you know, council can automatically cut a few things. We went through every line, I don't know how many times, and get into those weeds that you've talked about before, Councillor Rabbits, and I think you will either enjoy it or you will end up with ulcers time you're done. And then, plus this year we expect to, or the plan is to hold public input meetings ahead of time, which again, was something that we'd never done before at the county, and I look forward to that because I think the public will give us a lot of good input on directions they want to go, so it's not a surprise after the budget. Let's get the surprises ahead of the budget so we can develop it sort of with what the community wants. So I congratulate you on your new duties.
Go ahead.
Thank you, and I would also like to thank you for your past service, and if I have any questions, I'll be sure to direct them to yourself and also the mayor, should I have any questions about proceedings or lessons learned from last year. Thank you.
Councillor Rabbits. Okay, next item then. Let's see here. Okay, this is City of Brantford resolution. Hang on, this isn't matching up though. One sec. Okay, sorry, I didn't see it on the first line there. So this has been moved by Councillor Martin and seconded by Councillor Michele, and I'll read it. Whereas the province of Ontario enacted a declaration of emergency on March 17th, 2020 in response to the COVID-19 worldwide pandemic. And whereas during the state of emergency, certain services have been deemed essential services by the government of Ontario. And whereas citizens are asked to isolate at home to reduce the spread of COVID-19 as essential workers continue to work and provide an essential service to their community. And whereas essential workers across the country are risking their lives, and whereas some essential workers have been stricken with illness, suffered trauma or injury, or lost their lives as a result of providing an essential service, and whereas without this dedicated workforce, essential services, including but not limited to healthcare, police, fire, paramedics, military, social services, community services, food distribution, agriculture, postal and delivery services, education, security, transit, financial services, hospitality, commerce, manufacturing, construction, maintenance and repair, waste management, sanitation services, government and administration services would fail to function. And whereas our community owes a profound debt of gratitude to every single essential worker who ensured our community could continue to operate. All those in favor? And that's carried. And I see now that I missed the second part of the page. Now therefore, the Municipal Council of Norfolk County hereby resolves as follows, that March 17th be proclaimed by the Norfolk County to be Essential Workers' Day in Norfolk County, and that the clerk be directed to provide a copy of this resolution to the MPP and MP for Halton, Norfolk, to respectfully request that the Government of Ontario and Government of Canada formally declare March 17th to be Essential Workers' Day, to honor all of the essential workers who sacrificed so much during the COVID-19 pandemic. All those in favor? That's carried. And that was why I didn't think it matched up to begin with. Thanks. All right, next is a communication from Dennis Trevally regarding Long Point parking, that it be received as information. It's been moved by Councillor Michelli and seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? And that's carried. Next is a communication received by Catherine Weeb, Tanya Pellin, and Mary Ellen Weeb for as information in regards to face coverings. Moved by Councillor Michelli, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? And that's carried. And finally, from Ms. Steiner, that Council approved the closure of Kent Street as outlined within the memo for a 3-week period, and that Council grant special event staff authority to extend the road closure until September 13th, 2020, without further approval from Council. That's been moved by Councillor Martin and seconded by Councillor Michelli. All those in favor? And that's carried. And there's an addition, correspondence from Julie Stone, and that be received as information, moved by Councillor Michelli, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? And that's carried. Okay, first the adoption of the minutes from the council meeting June 16th, 2020, and the special council of June 30th, 2020. Councillor Van Passen.
Madam Mayor, we also had the letter from Haldeman. Is that get included anywhere as communication?
Actually, no, we didn't add that, but we could do that now.
Sure, if you'd like to.
Okay, so if there was a letter, I provided it to the press that's here. It'll be added online. And it's a correspondence from Craig Manley, the CAO of Haldeman County. So if I could have a mover to receive that as information. Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Columbus. Was there further discussion on that, Councillor Van Passen?
I just wanted to make sure it was part of the record
Okay.
that we can always refer to later.
Sounds good. All those in favor? And that's been carried. So, adoption of minutes, again, council meeting, June 16th, 2020, special council, June 30th, 2020. The minutes are before you. Are there any errors or omissions to note? Okay, seeing none, the minutes are adopted as presented. Moving over to reports of committees. First, Council and Committee, July 14th. Councillor Van Passen, you've pulled item number 12 for further discussion. And I also have a correction actually to the minutes. It was from the notice of motion. So I believe the notice of motion, let's see, Council Committee 83. So the notice of motion reads, as written here, that council direct county clerk to prepare a bylaw respecting face coverings, and that the bylaw be presented at the council meeting of July 21st. The motion actually read, I went back and watched the video, passing a motion that council investigate a preferred bylaw of Brant County regarding face masks and face coverings. If I could have a motion then to approve the minutes excluding resolution number 12. Councillor Rabbit, seconded by Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? And that's carried. And Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I had talked to the deputy clerk last week about this, the report HSS 20-14, the homeless prevention, HSS 2005, the 10-year housing and homeless plan. They forgot to attach the actual plan, so they had circulated that electronically that day, so hopefully all the council members had a chance to read through the entire document. And I, would like to compliment staff on a lot of good recommendations in there. One of the first ones I saw, they want to put a bit more emphasis on outreach with landlords, not just deal only with the tenant, deal with the landlords as well, which I think would be a great improvement. But there's also a big, long list of recommendations in that report. And maybe the staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but when a report like that comes in front of council, it comes as recommendations, but once council approves accepting that report, it sort of becomes policy, and that's the direction that staff will work in, is to attain that policy. And there is a few of them in there that I don't really think that we are in a position to support. They talk about the deferral of, actually, it's recommendation 1.8, it's the deferral of development charges, and I know the province has made some adjustments on that, but I don't think that the county should be attempting in any way to go beyond what is in the provincial regs. In 1.9, they talk about forgivable loans. 2.4 about grants, tax exemptions, which I don't think we're allowed to do in the first place. Grants for passive homes, tax discounts. I think they should actually be readjusted or deleted as recommendations that would in turn become policy, because Norfolk County is not in a financial position to give private developers grants to build houses or to waive the taxes on houses. And I think we might want to review that a little bit more before we pass it in the one motion that accepts the report and its recommendations.
So that council had a chance to, again, further review then and have a bit more of a discussion on this, could we defer this item to the special council meeting on the 18th?
I think it would be, because I wonder if everybody actually did have the chance to read it in the past week. It was just an email that's sent by the clerk's office and it's about a 100-page report, right? So.
Okay, go ahead, Jason.
Thank you. Through the chair, if council does choose to defer, if most of the questions relate to the financial implications, we can certainly write a report. Some of those recommendations and some of those issues are actually, some of them are actually requirements. So, for example, there is, if you're a charitable organization and that is to deal with poverty and you do develop housing, you would actually be deemed to be exempt under the Tax Act. So in some cases, we structure transactions to encourage that. With development charge deferrals are different than development charge waivers. So in some cases, for affordable housing, what you'll see to make the numbers work, you'll actually defer the development charges till they have occupancy and a cash flow, because they're, so the county may only be out for a year or two, and those are some of the strategies that communities are doing to encourage the development of affordable housing. So if I give an example of a building that gets constructed and the development charge is due on the first basement permit, they might be 24 months away from actually collecting a rent check. And because they're providing affordable housing, they're already at a low margin. So what some communities do is they'll say, well, don't pay my development charges till like years 3 and 4 after you've built it and you've actually got some cash flow in to do that. So it's not necessarily a waiver. But there's some strategies that are there, and I think maybe what would be best if we kind of add some color to that information so that council understands what some of those things are. And council may choose not to like some of those and provide that direction to staff. But we can certainly, if it's August, I think, and Heidi's on screen, and I think we could probably work towards getting additional commentary for you for August.
Councilor Van Passen?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, and I did send an email to staff, and Heidi did answer a bunch of my other questions as well, and but I think that would probably be a good, I don't think this report is time sensitive, so if we had to wait for a report back with some of those answers, I think that would be a good thing. So I guess the question to the clerk, do we just defer this whole recommendation, or do we approve it except for the one item about the report and ask for a report back, right?
Through you, Mayor Chop, both options would be before you. I guess it depends if you want staff to work on bringing forward a kind of comprehensive report for response for August 18th, or if you want to approve some of it today. I see Heidi's there on the monitor. She might have a better answer on what would suit staff.
Go ahead, Heidi.
Thank you, Mayor Chop, through you to members of council. Certainly, if there's additional information or analysis that we can provide on those particular recommendations, I'd be happy to do that. And it would be it's completely acceptable to defer the entire item, and then we can bring back some additional information on those specific strategies or any others that council would like some more information on, and then we can bring back the entire report. That would also give council some additional time to review the document.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I think Mr. Burgess said it about right. From a housing and homelessness perspective, it's a great, wonderful report, but let's look at it through the finance lens at the same time to see where we can find the common ground, where the one doesn't get rid of the other one. So if we would just defer the entire
Okay, so you're moving
issue.
for deferral. Councilor Columbus, no debate on the deferral, but if it's a short statement you have to make.
Well, it seems as though Haldimand County is coming forward with more concerns about the decisions we're making. And do we run this by Haldimand County or the Health and Social Services Committee?
Well, Mayor Hewitt and Heidi actually did a presentation as well at the Health and Social Services Advisory Committee. Two of the members, Councillor Huffman, I believe you couldn't make it, but Councillor Taylor and Councillor Rabbits were there as well as all the members from Haldimand and Mayor Hewitt. So they are aware of it, but I can certainly ask them for further comment. Councillor Van Passen.
So we should defer item number 12 and further that staff bring back a report with the financial implications. Is that sort of the reason for the deferral?
Does that work? Okay, seconder for that? Councillor Columbus, all those in favor? That's carried. Moving on, the Public Hearing Committee, July 7, 2020. It's before us for adoption. I've got, that's moved by Councillor Columbus and seconded, or sorry, Councillor Van Passen rather, and seconded by Councillor Michelli. All those in favor? It's carried. The Telecommunications Advisory Committee minutes, June 25th, 2020. Understand, Councillor Michelli, there's a recommendation from those minutes that you'd like to start by placing before council. Would you like me to read it?
So the Telecommunications Advisory Committee met and determined that they were going to request that the committee ask Norfolk County to forward a letter to the CRTC to request the approval and acceleration of Space Exportation Company's Open Basic International Telecommunications Services license application, and that the letter express Norfolk County's support for the expansion and approval of similar medium and low Earth orbit satellites, internet technology, and that the communication be forwarded to the Member of Parliament and the Member of Provincial Parliament for Haldimand, Norfolk. And that was carried. And the rationale behind that, just for Council's information, is that while there are several significant initiatives that have been being implemented by the province, SWIFT, of course, being the most significant example of that. But very recently, the provincial government has announced some additional funding for the biggest problem that, of course, out in Norfolk County has is providing internet connectivity to our very rural areas. And this was considered to be a possible other option for attaining that position.
Okay, that's been moved by you, Councillor Michelle, seconded by Councillor Van Passen. I'm just not sure that's our biggest problem, but it certainly is a challenge. Any further discussion?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, our biggest internet connectivity
Okay,
problem. Thank you.
that's more like it. Any further discussion on that? All those in favor? And that's carried. Next is just the motion to receive the Telecommunications Advisory Committee minutes of June 25th, 2020 as information. Again, moved by Councillor Michelle, seconded by Councillor Van Passen. All those in favor? That's carried. Moving on to the Norfolk County Agricultural Advisory Board minutes, March 3rd, 2020. Any discussion on that? Okay, seeing none, if I could have a motion to receive as information. It's been moved by Councillor Michelle, seconded by Councillor Columbus. You have something to say? Okay, all those in favor? That's carried. Tourism and Economic Advisory Board minutes, June 22nd, 2020. Any discussion on that? Councillor Van Passen.
I was just wondering if we change the name of the Tourism and Economic Development Advisory Board
Two?
to the Tourism and Economic Advisory Board minutes. Somebody lost the word development out of there.
Oh, okay. Sleeping Tom. Okay. All those in favor? Carried.
Madam Mayor, I had a question, if I could. On page 108 of the agenda package, item C, where Mr. Garwood reported the new general manager for planning and development has been hired, and about advertising another position within the department. What type of position would that be that we're advertising for, Mr. Burgess?
That's the Director of Economic Development. We've actually changed the name of it. Don't quote me on the new name of it, but it's the old Director of Economic Development, or Tourism and Economic Development.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on, Health and Social Services Advisory Committee minutes of June 18th. Any discussion on that? Moved by Councillor Michelle, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? It's carried. And I believe that was the last of them. And we're on to the first staff report. PW 20-39, the Blue Box Processing Operations Contract Extension.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to council. The staff report you have in front of you is the Blue Box Processing Operations Contract Extension. The background on this is that Norfolk County currently owns and operates the Material Recovery Facility, which is the MRF, basically, where they sort and organize all the recyclables that are collected across Norfolk County, and they are packaged and then distributed for being recycled. Our current, across the province, they're looking at transitioning the Blue Box program from a municipal responsibility to a producer responsibility somewhere between January 1st of 2023 and December 31st of 2025. So this legislation has not been finalized as of yet, and Norfolk County has currently not been provided with a transition date. So this causes a few minor complications for us with our existing contract with HGC, who is currently operating our MRF. Staff have gone through the process of looking at all the variables that are at play here, being what can we do with our existing contract? Should we try and find a new contractor? Should we run a transfer station ourselves and then just ship the product out? Essentially, what we're looking at is, from an overall cost perspective, it's staff's opinion that the most affordable solution at this time would be to execute a contract extension with HGC in order to just have them remain in that building. The interesting thing is they own the equipment inside that facility. So we own the building, they own the equipment. The possibility of getting other companies that are going to invest the capital resources in order to put new equipment into the building to run it for essentially a maximum of 5 years, it's pretty low. So staff have run some of those numbers. Those are indicated on page 118 of your council package, page 2 of the report. And it is staff's recommendation, based on this analysis, that we execute a contract extension with HGC for 4 years, effective October 4th, 2020 to September 28th, 2024, or until the province announces our transition date. And that would be something that would be worked into the agreement with HGC. If there are any questions, I will gladly answer.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to staff, is there enough flexibility within that existing contract if we were to maybe go to a biweekly pickup or those kind of changes? Is that already built into the contract, or is that something that we might want to insert into a renewal?
Through the chair to Councillor Van Passen, right now I do not believe that is in the current contract. This extension would be looking at on the same terms and conditions. It is something that we could investigate through the process of negotiating an extension with HGC as to how that might look. With my conversations with our waste management staff, there are concerns with going to biweekly collection, just with the amount of extra residue and the manner in which our current facility is set up. However, I could bring back some more information, more details on that if you wish.
I do believe that was, I think at the last budget or through that process, those were some ideas that were being thrown out, whether that's even viable, whether it makes any sense, whether it would save money. So just want to make sure that the option would be available, like, because that's 4-year contract, things can change in that amount of time. So we would want the ability to at least open it up for discussion with them, so that we got an out if we need it. So.
Further? Go ahead.
Thank you, and through you. Is it common for the municipality not to own that sorting equipment, or is that unique in Norfolk?
Through the chair to Councillor Taylor, that is something I honestly cannot really speak to. In our situation, it was just historically we had the building, and at some point over the term of us operating that facility, it was just determined that it was cheaper to have them bring in their own equipment.
All right, thanks.
Do you have something you want to add?
Yeah, through the chair. Unfortunately or unfortunately, I've been involved with another MRF in another municipality. It is a wide range. You'll see some there's some private sector players in it. What's happening currently in Ontario is the MRFs are actually being bought up by a number of players as they prepare for transition, because under transition, it becomes producers' responsibility. So the GFLs of the world and that are buying up these sites to consolidate their operations. So it's a bit of a mixed bag between public owned and operated. But the challenge with equipment ownership in this area is the equipment gets beat up pretty quickly, and you know, it's one of those very highly depreciable assets.
Further questions? Okay, does someone wish to move the staff recommendation as printed? Counselor Huffman, seconded by Counselor Columbus. All those in favor? That's carried. Thanks, Jason. Next is staff report PD 20-35, Signum Wireless. And will you be presenting?
Through the mayor to council, I think the next 3 items are fairly straightforward planning applications that have already been to a public hearing, and Tricia Givens is available to answer questions on those items if needed.
Okay, any questions from councilors on the first staff report, PD 20-35? Councilor Columbus.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Mayor. It says that this tower is to be installed in the southwest corner, but it's actually the northwest corner of that particular lot. I'm quite familiar with the property. Just think that that probably should be corrected. And just to mention that this is a total dead spot. Had several complaints about cell phones not working in this area, and it certainly is going to improve communication in Wyndham Township, Old Wyndham Township.
Okay.
My other question is, will Bell and Rogers be able to hook up to this tower? I know they're talking about it, but it's I've not known this company before in Norfolk, Fontour Internach and Signum Wireless. Is that a fairly common organization, or do they just put towers up, Brian, or?
Through the mayor, I think I'll defer to Tricia if she's familiar. I am not familiar with that group myself.
Good evening. Through the chair. Yes, this particular organization has a number of proposals throughout the county. This is the first of a couple more you'll see. And so they have done business in the area before. And because of the height, that is one of the things that they provided in their proposal to us and we reviewed. So there would be opportunity for other services to align with this tower.
Thanks, Tricia. Further questions? Okay, somebody wish to move the staff recommendation? Councilor Van Passen, seconded by Councilor Columbus. All those, further discussion? Okay, all those in favor? And that's carried. Next report, PD 20-39, application received to permit an accessory residential dwelling unit as part of an on-farm diversified use that's located more than 30 meters from the primary residential dwelling. Lisa Dove, on behalf of Harold Dove and Agency Agri Designs, put forth the application affecting the lands described as 283 Lynn Valley Road. Anything further than that to that, Brandon or Tricia? No? Okay, somebody wish to move the staff recommendation? Councilor Martin, seconded by Councilor Michelli. All those in favor? That's carried. Next one is an application that's been received to permit an accessory residential dwelling unit as part of an on-farm diversified use that is located more than 30 meters from the primary residential dwelling. Sorry, did I just read that one? I just read that one. Staff report PD-20-40. Norfolk County has initiated an application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw to recognize existing government offices as a permitted use and to bring the existing use into conformity with the Norfolk County official plan and zoning bylaw. Michael Rizzo, Nick Rizzo, and Victoria Johnson have put forth the application affecting the lands described as 12 Gilbertson Drive. Any questions or comments from council? Tricia, could you just give us a little bit of background on kind of more of what happened with this?
Sure, I can try. This was an existing file that was here when I came over to planning. So my understanding was that this was a historic. This application stemmed from the intention to contemplate the expansion of the use into the warehouse to expand the government office space. Since taking over the file, my understanding is that that's no longer happening. So we just simply turn this into a housekeeping exercise to bring the existing building and the existing uses into conformity with the zoning bylaw.
So, I mean, we've corrected this issue. The building was on hazard lands, correct? Was that deemed hazard at all at that?
No, there's none of the buildings on hazard land. There's a portion of hazard land that runs adjacent to the property, but it doesn't sit on hazard land, no.
Okay. Any further comments, questions from councilors? I guess it seems like that we've made this compromise, this easy sort of housekeeping issue to deal with this. I'm just wondering if, it's the county building. I guess I'm just hopeful that if, as we move forward, that, the planning department and the attitude is going to be the same should, any others encounter the same problems that we've just encountered with this decades-old issue. And that, there's not special treatment here because Norfolk County just happens to be the tenant in the building. Okay, so in that case, if I could have a mover for the staff recommendation, Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Rabbits. All those in favor? And that's carried. We got a 5-minute break? Okay, so I guess, why don't we say a 10-minute break at, or 4:40, we'll return? Whatever you want. There you go. 4:40, we'll come back.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hi, Roger, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, we're just on a little break. We're about to start.
Okay, well, I'm sitting on my, whatever I can sit, anywhere, anyway. Office, so. Hello?
Okay, Roger, we're just going to get started here in a second. Let's wait for Councillor Columbus. The debt issuance, I think, is important for him to be here. Okay, welcome back. I guess I should have set a 15-minute break. So, final staff, actually no, there's 2 staff reports to go. We're on to staff report CS 20-15, and this is the 2020 debt issuance. I guess, Jason, is that you or Kathy?
Tyler Wayne from will be providing an overview on this report.
Thanks, Jason. Through the chair to council, so report CS 20-15 is to go over the debt issuance for 2020. We last issued in December 2019, both with IO. We're now taking a 2-prong approach, going to the market and IO, which you would have seen in the report, and this is to serve to request alignment and approval to proceed. Just starting with a little bit of sunshine on a not a great topic. As you would have seen a few weeks ago, our credit rating was confirmed in our last review at AA- stable. While it is very tight to the next level, we have not had a downgrade as of yet, which is great. So there will be no additional risk premium compared to when we were before. So just some good news there. As we move through the 2 issuances, I'll walk through them separately, as I mentioned, the 2-prong approach. So starting with IO, or Infrastructure Ontario, we're looking at them for our 20-year issuance, and the current rate is about 2%. In total, we're looking at 9.3 million, mostly across bridges and culverts. And for transparency, the Delhi well trunk water main, there's 944,000 that's growth related or development charge. We're looking to convert that from reserve funded into debt funded. So it'll still be financed by the DC, but we're recommending development charge funded just to help the reserve balance overall. The rate, when you look at them combined, is tight. So we just want a bit of extra cash to help, and interest rates right now are at an all-time low. So with the current rate of 2%, that would drive about 568,000 of annual payments, which would be semi-annual. So we're just looking for your authorization to allow the mayor, clerk, and treasurer to execute the necessary documents. And most of all, the borrowing bylaw, which we attach to this report, would need to be approved, which essentially allows us to proceed with Infrastructure Ontario and submit the application. at which time they'll review it and come back to us to set up, likely in September, they would give us a rate offer agreement, which we would then pass through council for ratifying and final debenture documents in October. Moving to the capital markets, so we're looking at this for a 10-year issuance. Two main reasons that we're looking, so the open market, if you will, there's an $8.56 million balloon payment. So this debt was originally issued. The total debt issuance was $21 million, but for the project's concern, it was about $19.4 million that was issued in 2010. We've been paying this down, but we have this balloon payment due November 29th. So based on that bylaw, we need to reissue and we will refinance this towards a serial debenture or installment payment, if you will. We would then save roughly $230,000 in interest payments on that, and from this year to next, and it would provide us with the cash flow rather than draining our cash. So the total capital markets, we're looking at 10-year, $12 million. So when we add the other components, there's $2.44 million. We're seeking approval to convert from currently roads reserve finance. We're looking to convert that to debt. Two main reasons. So we want to help with our cash flow, and the reserve fund for the roads finished last year at a deficit of $14.2 million, and still the long-range forecast still has a lot of pressure. And as we mentioned, at an interest rate of about 1.4, we see a great opportunity there. And the side benefit of converting this is we're getting our actual debenture threshold and level up in the open market. It gives us a bit more scale. So in the open market, you're seeing very large issuances quite often. We're a small player, so this will help a bit of the saleability. Not dramatically, but just gives us a bit more scale. And then the final project within the capital markets was a conversion for a financial system. So it's always been planned as debt finance, but we're looking to issue it. Now it would be for a 5-year term, but it would be blended. So for the first 5 years, we would have a bit higher payments, but it would then be cleared. The rationale for the 5 years, we're trying to match as best as we can to useful life. So as far as next steps on this, we would be coming back roughly in September. So we need approval today to convert the $2.44 million roads from reserve fund to debt. We'll then approach our lawyers to ensure all the authorizing documents are there. If everything's on course, then in September, when the rates have kind of realigned to the current setting, we would come back and seek final approval, at which point we could give a go forward to our fiscal agent, who would then secure a deal for final ratification in October. So once again, we're looking end of October to receive the $12 million and the $9.3 million roughly November 1st from IO. And then we would pay off the balloon repayment November 29th, it's due. So you would have seen in the report, we have total debt repayment obligations this year of $15.6 million, and we're issuing or proposing to issue $21.3 million, bringing our net balance up about $6 million and still delivering our ARL slightly under 8%, so well below the threshold. So as far as the debt issuances, that's the main items we're seeking approval on. Just a bit of housekeeping, you would have seen in the report, Table 2. There are 4 projects that had been previously earmarked for debenture financing. They're very low. I think the highest, now that everything's finished with the project, the highest level is about $142,000. So rather than debenturing them for 10 or 20 years, we're just recommending to fund them from the reserve, should you choose to approve. So overall, I would say the debt payments that we're offering, in total it's about $1.95 million. of obligation, which if you look at a like-for-like basis, we had 2.25 million in our budget. We obviously had higher placeholders, but like-for-like, we're bringing it down to about 300,000, largely due to refinancing and the lower interest rate on the balloon payment. The levy will have a bit of an increase just because of our surface treatment program and the shorter amortization on the financial system. But net, between levy and rate, it's flat and a bit of savings in the development charge. So those are the key highlights. If there are any questions, we'd be happy to welcome them, but the main points for approval are the IO borrowing bylaw and approval to execute the documents for the mayor, clerk, and treasurer, and also converting the 2.44 million from reserve funded into debt financing so we can secure the necessary approvals from our lawyers.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to Tyler, I'm wondering if you can just back it up a few steps and repeat what you said with regards to table 2.
Tyler, can you maybe turn your mic off while she's asking the question?
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to Tyler, I was just wondering if you could please back it up and repeat what your comments were. Right when we touched on table 2, you started to speak about funding from reserves. Can you just repeat the very first things you said when you referenced that chart?
Through the chair to Councillor Martin. So table 2, those are projects which we had previously earmarked for debt financing. So we were going to finance them through debentures. Now, when we look at this point, as you can see, there's about 372,000 in total, but the level is much lower. So from a strategic standpoint, our recommendation is just to finance them from the reserve rather than issuing and paying them over 10 years for small amounts. As you can see, the reserve fund balances are in healthy position. Most of these projects have actually, the reason that they were debenture finance was recommended was they were much higher at the time. But due to scope or savings, they've come in lower. So it doesn't make sense to us to pay $45,000 over 10 years. We'd rather just clear it.
Okay, further questions? No questions? For council, Tyler, could you explain the balloon payment?
Through the chair to the mayor and council, yes, so the balloon payment, it was Bylaw 2010-230, so issued in 2010. There was a $21 million total issuance, of which 8.56 was essentially due in 2020. So now in that bylaw, there was a provision to refinance that portion. So from what we can best tell, they were a 20-year project, so they should have been issued for 20 years, but we don't know the specifics of why that decision was made at the time, but it would appear that there wasn't access to a 20-year instrument at that time. So it was set up with 10 years with the provision to refinance at the end of the 10 years. And that is where we've now come to. Going forward, will we look at these type of instruments? Likely not, but we can't speak to, at the time, why that decision was made.
Okay, you really think there wasn't a 20-year instrument at the time?
So we asked this question of our fiscal agent, and even now, the reason for going with IO for a 20-year, there's, when you go to the open market, the 20-year serial debentures, if you will, they're portioning these out into 20 different fragments. So 20 separate bonds for 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year. And from what we understand, the market gets somewhat hesitant committing to the 20-year. So that's the best, we asked and we looked, that's the best we could surmise, is that it wasn't likely available at that time. IO provides a bit more assurance of capital, bit of a different, it's more of a closed market, if you would, right? It's an agency, so even when we were looking and trying to get 20-year rates, he was hesitant just because of the way things are moving. And if there was a secured deal, it probably would have been at a much higher interest rate premium.
But even if it was at a higher interest rate, I mean, it could have been even higher now. It's a gamble. So as a result of debt that was issued back in 2010, this council is now facing a balloon payment with no sinking fund, nothing set aside for this. So, I mean, in one sense, yes, you could potentially have a gamble and maybe you get a better rate 10 years after the fact. But in more likely, if you're going to pay a higher interest rate, now you're encumbering a future council for decisions that you made way back in 2010. So what would be, you know, your best practices as to how that should have been handled back in 2010?
I'll start and try to save Tyler a bit. Again, we don't exactly know what went on 10 years ago and why they maybe didn't go to IO for 20-year funding. I think today, as you see, we take the assets and we put them over what we think is the reasonable or right period of time to get financing for it. When you go to IO has to accept those projects over that length of time. So today, what we would do is if we thought it was a 20-year asset, we would be going to Infrastructure Ontario for 20-year debt if that was a better rate, which is what's happening today. If we did 10-year, if we wanted to do a 10-year shorter term debt, we would, I think you should be transparent to take the amount of savings that you get on that lower 10-year rate and set that aside into a fund so when your balloon payment comes up, you at least have a partial of the payment, if not the full payment, to extinguish the debt. So though they anticipated a refinancing of this, they could have also set aside debt placeholding for that to help extinguish that portion of the debt at that time. But that's not what was contemplated. One could argue that the way it did play out, this might actually cost cheaper because the rates did decrease. But as you said, Mayor, that I can't predict what rates are going to be in 6 months' time, let alone 10 years' time. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the full approach was.
Right, so the point is if the rates had gone the other way, which nobody can predict, is now you're saddling future councils with something that they didn't expect at the time.
That's correct. And this debt instrument was even more unique because it was an increasing rate. So each year the rate went up because when you go to market debt, you are selling chunks of debt. The challenge when you're doing small issuances in market debt, there's not a lot of appetite for the bidders of that debt to take small pieces of action. So you need larger pieces of action to go to the market. So yeah, I think all I would say is that as you can see here, staff has presented all the options. They've looked at all the options, and they've provided council with the lowest cost options for the 20-year debt, which we're going out to Infrastructure Ontario. For the 10-year debt, we are taking a market debt position, and we're kind of forced on the balloon repayment to go to the market on that debt. So, like I said, we would explore all options and give the options to council.
Okay. I guess it's interesting. Monty, I hope it's okay. I might just repeat a little bit. We just had a little chat on the break, and we were just talking about the Robinson Administration Building. And I remember when Councillor Breton actually had come to me after I was first elected and gave me some of the history on that building. And so finding out it was $27 a square foot and that there actually was another offer at the time that was sort of, it was presented to council on an annual basis as opposed to a monthly basis, and it had it been put on a monthly basis, it was around $6 and something a square foot. So more than 4 times what we ended up paying. And Monty just told me that part of the discussion back then was that it was an economic development project because it was going to be so costly to take down the American Can building. So now here we are, for 15 years, we've been saddled with rent that is more than double the average rent in Toronto because of an economic development project of leveling the American Can building back at the time. And now here we are, this council is still paying $27 a square foot for rent. So it's not really, again, like this case, it's not a fair representation of what's actually happening. Like Jason said, there should have been something set aside to be able to deal with this, especially if interest rates were rising at that point in time. It just doesn't make sense to me. The other question, I guess, when we look at our asset management strategy, and we know that we have mold in the Gilbertson Administration Building. We've got mold in the Pond Street Senior Center. We have a number of buildings that are falling apart. As we look at that, our future asset management strategy and having to issue significant debt, I think, Ian, you asked this question a little bit earlier, and Jason, you touched on it, but what kind of a ceiling would we be looking at for, council to establish as an allowable debt repayment?
Through the chair, I think this is something that council would have. We'll provide more fulsome information to council. Personally, I would have trouble going above 15% ARL. So we're at just, as Mr. Wayne has said, we're just below 8%. So it sounds like we have a lot of room, but as got pointed out in the audited financial statements, our reserves are actually negative. And therefore, as we bring on our asset program, we have no savings to pull from. So everything that we're going to be spending over the next little bit is either going to come direct from tax levy, or frankly, from debt. So it won't, it won't take long to exceed, that percentage. This fall, we hope to have an asset management plan, which will show what council will need to set aside every year, to maintain our assets, and then we'll have to make those decisions, how much debt we take on and how much tax increases we do have. The one thing I will say, as Mr. Wayne's pointed out, we are at historical lows for interest rates, so that does allow us to borrow more debt, but when you borrow debt, that has implications to accounting for a long period of time.
So just to put this in simplistic terms so that there's no confusion out there, this council is going to continuously take on more and more debt because there is no reserve fund that is left to be able to fund these massive infrastructure and challenges that we have with our many buildings in Norfolk County as they are aging.
At the risk of not losing my 2 volunteers for the budget committee, the answer is yes, that is correct. So I'm assuming that once they voted on it, that they're bound to it. But yeah, no, without making jokes about it, that is the, when I was hired here as a consultant to review the budget practices because the CAO at the time had some concerns, that was the red light, red signal alarm bell that went off. And that's why staff last year, if you remember, projected your debt forecast and what that meant for payments and what that meant for tax increases. So when we add the asset management plan into it, it's going to be challenging. And because we have no reserves, we have no cushion, and everything's either going to be on the taxpayer right away or through debt borrowings.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I read through this report. It's what this council has been dealing with for a year and a half. It's getting the real numbers out there in the public, rather, we're borrowing money to pay for projects that are already done, that have been paid for out of reserve accounts that are negative balances. So that's not a real true situation or signal of the financial situation this municipality's in. So it does cost money to borrow it, but we can't just ignore the fact that we have a road reserve with a $15 million negative balance. If somebody could explain to me how my piggy bank at home, it's not that it's empty, it owes money, it's got IOUs in it, that's just not real. So we have to deal with that. And fortunately, interest rates are at sort of a historical low. So let's crystallize some of that debt that's already sitting there and deal with it. But there will be real repercussions that it's going to come on the tax levy to pay for that. But I guess the only sort of good thing you could figure out about it is that we've been underpaying, everybody's been underpaying their taxes for 10 years or more, so they should be happy for what they had, and let's accept the fact we have to move on, we got to fix that. So.
Well, I guess my point with that just now was that I think there's this misunderstanding. The next thing that's going to come at us is, well, now this council is taking on all this debt, and they didn't before. Look at how their debt levels have skyrocketed, and it's this council. Well, no, every single day our buildings get older, our infrastructure's falling apart, and there's no money set aside anymore to go and fix that. So that's where I just want to make that clear. There is an expectation that things are going to get worse before they get better. In terms of, especially we have a notice of motion coming on later on with the rec center. I remember the report with a bond rating. It specifically said that the only reason, I think Haldimand County is what, AA, and Oxford I think is, what is it, AA prime. They made the comment that the only reason sort of, or I guess maybe, I don't think they specify the only reason, but that we held on to our bond rating this year as a result of, council, taking clear steps. One was to, raise taxes, but also to cut services. So demonstrating a clear commitment to making a change. How is taking on this, additional debt now going to impact our bond rating? And if we've been able to maintain it this year, do you think we're going to be able to maintain it in the future without continuing to take aggressive measures?
I'll start, Mr. Wayne, who has more technical knowledge on the bond rating. To be clear, no one precisely knows how the bond rating agencies, there's formulas out there that they disclose, but it is a little bit of a black box where they don't fully disclose exactly how they do the final determination. But staff believe with this debt increase, there is a significant probability that we would have a potential bond rating decrease in our, or right down in our credit rating. So staff will be, when we prepare our fall budget for next year, we will probably be forecasting in potentially higher rates going forward for any market debt that we anticipate to be issuing. But I'll let Mr. Wayne, if he wants to add anything to where he thinks the technical trip that will that will fall over for the bond rating.
Thanks, Jason. Through the chair to councillors, so I think you would have seen in the note in the last bond rating, the trigger we're really watching is when our debt obligations or outstanding debt, pardon me, is over 60% of our operating revenues. I think in the last forecast we were at about 57.5, and that was ending in 2022. There are time horizons, so every year that we take another cut at our bond rating, they add another year. So as we have that upward trend, you can extrapolate from there. I think last year we were around low 40s. So simple straight line math, as we take on the debt, you can see we're heading for that 60%. We always take the most up-to-date cut at the time with projects that are currently happening. So if some of the projects get delayed or shifted, We don't want to say it's a definitive downgrade, but certainly with the trends we're seeing, as Jason mentioned, it's prudent to build in a bit of a premium for next year's budget.
Thanks, Tyler. Any further questions from councillors? Councillor Van Passen.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have a tendency to read little fine print things. You know, you go through the schedules that go with the bylaws. We're borrowing a lot of money. Bridge infrastructure, construction start date, 01/15/2015. Here's $5 million. Wells, start date, 01/01/2015, $3 million. An $8.5 million balloon payment from work done in 2010. Yep, this council is issuing debt, but it's to pay for stuff that's already been there. So we need to do what we need to do.
Well, we're paying for stuff that's already been there, and we're also going to continue to pay for all the projects that we have to do without money set aside for them. Any further questions? Okay, if I could have a motion to move the staff recommendation as printed. Actually, I've got that. That's been moved by Councillor Van Passen and seconded by Councillor Michele. All those in favor? It's carried. You were just anxious with your hand. You didn't have another point to make, right?
Oh, Madam Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, then Andy, I guess it's the business bylaw regarding the personal watercraft rentals.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Just to give a brief overview for council, right now, watercraft, our rentals are covered under the amusements licensing schedule of the business licensing bylaw. We do generally get a lot more complaints, calls, or requirements to respond. So I think it's appropriate that we consider other options and use the tool of business licensing to bring in more regulations. I did talk briefly with Councillor Van Passen. I think he's got a good point of perhaps deferring this report to allow for some consideration and discussion with the businesses that would be impacted. So he had suggested that we maybe bring it back on August 18th. That would change the report so that none of these implementations would really occur until January. But I do think there are a lot of interesting ideas that we've heard from people in the industry that might merit some further discussion or consideration. But either way, it is before council, and council ultimately is the ones who decide what level of regulation is appropriate for this industry.
If I could just make, I didn't see, unless I'm missing it, the mechanism to, I don't know, is there something more than just the bylaw appeals hearing? Is there some mechanism for this to be revisited by council if there's safety concerns, you know, how you can rescind the license that's maybe more stringent than in any other case, than in the case of, say, a restaurant or a food truck?
Through you, Mayor Chop, there is a distinction. So when you're looking at business licensing, we're trying to create business licensing that can be applied across a dozen, 15, 20, 30 different businesses of a similar class. And it's the Bylaw Appeals Committee's role to determine issues of license issuance or not. So council sets, as a policy development body for the corporation, kind of sets the rules and regulations, and then the Bylaw Appeals Committee deals with violations of those. So council would, as long as a Bylaw Appeals Committee exists, you'd never have the ability to impact a license. You'd have to actually disband it in order for council to wade into it, because it's the delegation of your authority to that committee in a quasi-judicial sense.
Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to Mr. Griselle, could bylaw appeals take the position that if this issue posed a serious health and safety concern, or if the issue had already been dealt with through bylaw appeals on a previous matter, that they could then defer the issue to council and discuss as a whole for a bigger policy discussion on that?
through you, Mayor Chop, that routinely happens. So the Bylaw Appeals Committee doesn't have, it's these different hats again. The Bylaw Appeals Committee cannot interpret the bylaw differently than it's written by council. So there'll be often times where the Bylaw Appeals Committee will realize that there's an issue with a bylaw or a schedule of a bylaw, and they'll make recommendations to council to address those overall ones, and that will in turn retroactively kind of impact the businesses operating. So there is a potential for Bylaw Appeals Committee to bring the policies kind of before council themselves. But what council can't do is again, get involved with individual businesses. Well, it's almost like having the committee of adjustment. Council can't wade into that area while they exist, but you have a decision whether or not you want to have a committee of adjustment.
So if we didn't do as Councillor Van Passen requested and wait on this item tonight, would this apply to those businesses that are operating currently?
So in the bylaw schedule, there's different staged-in approaches to give the businesses some time to respond. So the first staged approach would be the requirement around keeping logs that we can inspect. The next would be specifically to hourly rentals, that they have to maintain a monitoring system and also a complaint system or kind of a ban system that we could review. And those systems would go into place at the start of August, then at mid-August, and they would be in place for the remainder of this summer. It's important to give businesses some time to get ready for these implementations, but that would be kind of the bare minimum that staff would recommend, is a few weeks for each. Specifically, some of the businesses we know already have some monitoring, but then other requirements like the limitation of 10 hourly rental watercrafts to each location wouldn't be effective until next year. So they wouldn't impact places that currently have more licenses than that. It would just be a restriction that they would have to rent out more of their vehicles for more than 3 hours in the bylaw, essentially. So it would have impacts this year, but it would also have subsequent impacts next year.
So one of the things I don't really understand, that when you have a limit of 10 short-term rentals at any business location, but yet they can have 25 at a business location, so only 10 can be on the water at a time, but they can own 25? Is that what I'm understanding by that?
Yes. So that's the distinction. They can have 25 rentals, but of those, 15 have to be rented out for greater than 3 hours at a time, because it's the issues that we're getting calls about and complaints about are really the 1 hour rentals. They're not, if somebody wants to go rent a motorboat for a week, we don't want to limit that type of operation. It's the kind of business cycle where there's these short-term rentals where the problems are arising.
There's definitely problems arising. Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Andy, is there the license cost for this versus other license costs? Have you increased them? Because you're talking about, it sounds like there's more staff time required to implement what we've got here.
Sure. So through you, Mayor Chop, there's an introduction of a business license that hasn't existed before. So we'd license both the business and the machines. And there is, it was based upon the current amusement schedule loosely to try to ensure that we didn't have to do a full review. We didn't have the staff time to really go and look at a full review of all the staff time and cost, but we did commit to come forward for the next year's user fees to amend those fees. So I expect that they would be changed going forward. It would just be for this year.
Do you limit the number of operators of motorized rentals, say in Turkey Point or Port Dover area? Is there a limit on how many can operate out of there?
Currently, right now, there is no limit under the amusement license. So you can imagine amusements are typically to deal with other things like bouncy castles or fair rides that are usually limited duration. And so when we have a business that's essentially running for 4 months or 5 months out of the year, it's kind of substantially different than what we've had to deal with before in any of these amusement schedules.
Lastly, Madam Mayor, the conflict with swimmers and boaters where these vehicles actually ride the waves and that creating a potential hazard, who actually monitors that? I take it bylaw can't be doing that, or what jurisdiction does that fall under?
Through you, Mayor Chop. So it is federal regulation, but it's delegated authority to the OPP. So it would be the OPP or the Coast Guard. And same, there's other things that occur relevant to this machine that aren't generally a concern to the municipality. That some of them might be noisy, right? If you have noise next to a marina usage, that's not something that really is of concern. That's exactly where, you know, that type of activity is supposed to be happening, as long as it's within the normal daytime range for making noise.
Okay, Councillor Taylor.
How do we ensure that the watercraft rentals fall within that 10 one-hour limits? What is the enforcement looking like in that?
Through you, Mayor Chop, that's the whole reason for the requirements to create logs. So the ability to enforce that comes from our ability to review the logs at the business. So if there is a complaint, then the bylaw officers can attend, or OPP can attend. They can review the logs. They can review all the rental contracts for any day, and there was a requirement to retain those for a certain period. And then that also gives us the ability to judge it and to make those types of assessments. So that is where the retroactive ability to investigate and to document would be. And then if there was an infraction found, the business would be brought before the Bylaw Appeals Committee.
Is there not any way to, you know, I mean, it's no secret council has received numerous, putting it mildly, complaints on one of the operators out in Turkey Point and that was out in Port Dover. Is there not any way, I mean, I think, you know, reducing this to 10 vessels that are operating at any one time makes sense. Is there not any way to, you know, retroactively put this into place now, given, you know, we've already had, I mean, back in May, there was 3 EMS and 3 OPPs dispatched out there. We've had numerous complaints of accidents and, you know, people concerned about safety. So we're looking at, I'm just confused because we're looking at reducing the number of rentals that are able to be on the water at any one time because we believe it's a safety issue, but we're not going to enact this until next year, even though we know it's a safety issue now. So either it is a safety issue to me or it isn't a safety issue.
Through you.
If somebody gets hurt this season, how do we defend ourselves when, you know, we're saying we're going to change the bylaw next year?
Through you, Mayor Chop. So some of the issues are, you know, we have a number of operators, a number of businesses, not just one that run these types of operations. I mean, I think the motorized is specific kind of to one business, but there are other things in the bylaw that, you know, water rafting companies that would also be impacted by these changes. The one thing that we have already is we've already issued a certain amount of amusement licenses under our existing criteria for this year. They're currently in effect, so it would be similar to council revoking licenses, which would be something more appropriate for the Bylaw Appeals Committee to do if they felt that there was a safety issue. And we could, if there were safety issues, we'd monitor it and bring it forward to the Bylaw Appeals Committee to get to it to that way, rather than to impact a business halfway through their season, essentially.
Yeah, but you've stated already, I mean, we're looking at reducing, we know we have operators that are running more than 10 motorized vehicles for an hour at a time. you're looking at changing this for next year on the basis that it's not safe to run more vessels than that at any one time. And so I guess maybe this is a question for Paula. I think if we're going to look at this coming back, by waiting till next year to change a bylaw because we believe what's happening currently is unsafe, to me, that's a concern for this council. We're acknowledging that there's a problem now, but we're not going to act on it until next year.
And my advice to council would be, in developing policy, you don't want to use one specific incident to develop policy. You want to develop broad policy that can be applied equally to all businesses and fairly to all businesses. So you wouldn't want to create something that would target one specific issue through a bylaw. And there's also, certainly we've become aware of new potential operations, new potential systems that might allow businesses to operate far more than 10 at a location safely. So there is other technology out there that we want to go and discuss with the business owners that could be implemented next year that would make this operation much safer for everybody involved. And I think that it merits exploring.
Councilor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Those are all good points, but actually the biggest reason I wanted to defer this is because it did come directly to council. There's been absolutely no chance for any input, whether it be business owners or the public. Maybe if the public becomes aware of this sort of proposal, they might have some input and want to make further changes to the whole system. So I thought it'd only be fair to defer it. But I did talk to the clerk. It is possible, is it not, to put a hold on the issuance of any new personal motorized watercraft licenses until such time, like maybe we can implement this bylaw at our next meeting, but that would at least give the public a few weeks to give some input. And if we hear nothing from the public and nothing from the businesses, then we carry on doing what we think is the right thing to do, but at least give that opportunity, part of that open, transparent sort of governance model that we keep talking about, but we should actually apply it once in a while too, and give the public a chance to tell us what's wrong. Here's the proposal, now come and edit it for us. So.
That's fair enough. I just would like to hear from our lawyer as well, though, in terms of liability against the corporation. Again, we've now had a public report that's been presented to council that is suggesting reducing the number of vessels because we believe that there is a safety concern of having more than 10 on the water at a time. So if something does happen, and we have had numerous complaints and several incidents now already this season, forgetting years past, how does that affect us? I guess that's where I'd be looking from Ms. Budis to provide us with some input, potentially even on the 18th.
I think that the issuer of licenses does have some leeway on that, like a Potahawk weekend, that they temporarily suspended some of the licenses. If there's a special events on in the lake or overcrowding, they have that ability already to temporarily suspend licenses. So there are mechanisms there, but that doesn't solve the bigger picture. And I think that's what this proposed bylaw is, to solve the bigger picture and problems that we see coming, not necessarily the problems that already exist. So.
Go ahead.
Sorry, through the chair to council, or through the mayor to council. I just want to caution, we can certainly get a memorandum to council on our potential liability. I just would like to caution council that we're not the authority on safe operation of watercraft. We don't even own a boat in this municipality. It's clearly, we would have trouble having the expertise to say whether an operator is safe or not. There are authorities out there that it is their responsibility to do that, and I think we would need to proceed with, with them leading on that charge to our council. But I will get, I will have an undertaking for a memorandum from our solicitor.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. I thought at one point in time we found that we did own boats in this municipality. we can discuss that another day. My question actually is to Andy. I apologize if I missed it. I wondered if you could just patch me in on the reporting loop to you directly if there are infractions that occur. How does that happen? Do they come to you automatically? Do you need to reach out to OPP, Coast Guard, and check on these licenses? Are we finding out at the end of the season after there may be multiple infractions?
Through you, Mayor Chop. So it's significantly improved this year. Certainly, we're happy to have Jim Melson on board, even if it's only for 6 months. But he has certainly worked to improve, and Paula as well, have worked to improve the communication between the OPP and my office. So on this and on other business licensing issues, when they have concerns, they contact us and reach out. And we're going to continue to foster that relationship because it's always us working as a team with Bylaw and the OPP are what gets the best results.
So there's no mechanism to just flag that an infraction automatically comes to you. You're probably needing to inquire, or you're making a point specifically to reach out through Bylaw to OPP or directly to the OPP. Is that correct?
Yeah, and some of it is the organizational knowledge, certainly of the OPP and of Bylaw that the toolkit that business licensing provides. Certainly, the Bylaw Appeals Committee in the past hasn't been utilized a lot for business licensing, and it's a great toolkit to have a kind of staged approach to reach compliance. So it's each stage you escalate. It's a 2-week suspension, it's a month suspension, and then you're out of business. And that process, I've seen it play out in Hamilton and other areas, really does lead a lot of people to voluntary compliance and is the best process. And I think the OPP and Bylaw are realizing that at these situations where they've got a business that's licensed and they have to go out 5-6 times a year, it's just better to loop us in right from the outset and get it started.
Oh, my point's already been addressed at this point.
Anything further? So Councillor Van Passen, did you want to make a motion then to direct staff to consult with the local business owners? And
I think more so just that we defer this to the next meeting to give the opportunity for public comments, and that no further personal watercraft licenses be issued until that time.
the next meeting being the special council meeting, or in August, or not until September?
If that's acceptable.
August?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Rabbits, any further discussion on that? All those in favor? And that's carried. Okay, moving on to, I believe, bylaws are next. Okay, motion moved by Councillor Michele, seconded by Councillor Columbus, that bylaw 5 OP 2020, bylaw 12Z 2020 to bylaw 15Z 2020 inclusive, and bylaw 2020-58 to bylaw 2020-63 inclusive be approved, signed by the mayor and clerk, and affixed with the corporate seal. Councillor Van Passen.
We have to pull that one bylaw that deals with that personal.
Oh, sorry, 58, 2020-58.
2058, yes.
Okay, and so then, mover for the remainder, Councillor Michele, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? And that's carried. And did you wish to discuss that now then, 2020-58?
No, it's just pulled because we've pulled the whole report, so.
Oh, you wanted to pull the whole thing, okay.
Yeah, otherwise it wouldn't.
Sorry, that's that one. My apologies. So, before we move on to the motions, I think then what we're going to do, just speaking with the clerk, we're going to move to go into closed session. First, for the memo from the county solicitor regarding the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing appeal that was in relation to the lot swap. And then we will, since Paul is enclosed and will be enclosed, we'll proceed with your request for some legal advice, Councillor Van Passen. and then we'll reconvene in open session for the motions and notices of motion.
call has been forwarded to an automatic voice messaging system.
Roger Geisens?
Is not available.
Hello.
Hey, Roger. Okay,
Hello.
we're going to start with the notices of motions. You're all ready?
Okay. Yeah, I'm ready now.
Okay. All right, so welcome back, everyone. I guess the first notice of motion, Councillor Huffman, that's yours in regards to the closed meeting process.
Okay.
Yes, it is. Would you like me to speak to it? Okay. All right. Don't you want a friendly amendment?
And it's hard to hear anybody.
Sorry, Councillor Guy, since I didn't have my microphone. So the motion was moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Taylor, that the county clerk be directed to bring forward an amending bylaw to the county's procedural bylaw to require that confidential audio recordings are taken of all closed sessions for council and committee. No cell phones are permitted in closed session. No computers or tablets other than those utilized by staff or presenting are permitted in closed. And all notes and documents considered in closed session are to be submitted to the clerk upon completion. I guess is that you're going to be turning in all your pink papers then at the end? Is that the assumption by all notes and documents? Okay. Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to ask Councillor Huffman if she would accept a friendly amendment to this notice of motion with regard to item 4, to surrendering all notes. I find myself, when I am making notes, often I'm making notes about things that are coming to my mind that are connected to the topic but are not specific to that topic. And I consider my notes to be my very own personal items, and I would ask if she would be willing to remove the all notes portion of this notice of motion.
Yes, I would be more than willing to do that.
All notes and documents, Councillor Michelli, or is that just the all notes and we're going to turn in our pink papers?
I think I would be satisfied with just all notes.
Okay, further discussion? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. I would agree with the notes, and I would even go a step further. I won't amend it, but I too heavily rely on my documents and have with the Ombudsman prior. However, I'm in agreement with the rest, and I just have a question procedurally with the audio recordings. So should a council member not have documents provided to them, and then for some reason we need a refresher on what has happened, are those recordings, will they be made available to council members, or what would the procedure be in that unique situation?
Through you, Mayor Chop, I suppose there's no harm in allowing council members to access it. I mean, certainly we'd have to probably arrange for you to come in and access it. But the one thing that we would probably do with those recordings is we would only retain them as transitory records for a brief period. So for the purposes mostly of ombudsman's investigations and other such things. So I think after a year, we would destroy each of the records so it doesn't currently exist. I'm very cautious to have a lot of confidential materials around, floating around after they're needed. So I think we would look at the records retention and create a specific schedule for this in the fall, because we're working on an update to the records policy and retention this fall as well.
And I wonder additionally, if we have these records, is the Ombudsman still going to want to have in-depth appointments with members of council if those records are made available or not, because then that would also depend on the detail of notes and so on that I keep, or would I want to make, spend the time to come in and refresh on the discussions?
Yeah, the Ombudsman's office takes a different tact in just about every investigation. So their preliminary thing that they do is they contact me and they have me provide them all the records. So if I provided them with the audio recording, I could imagine that they might have follow-up questions of whose voice is this, or who said that I'd have to collaborate with them. I'd have to verify for them, essentially. Yeah, I think it would eliminate a lot of the requirements for the interviews, because the recorded record answers just about every question they'd have.
Councilor Shelley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a question for the clerk, if he knows. Is this a recording of closed sessions? Is this a practice that is followed by many other municipalities?
Through you, Mayor Chop, it is a best practice that's strongly recommended by the Ombudsman of Ontario. I've had them recommend it for Norfolk County, I believe, twice. That we start doing this process. I do know in the city of Hamilton we didn't implement it because the county solicitor there, the city solicitor there was reluctant to be creating these types of records. They were afraid that we'd be found in violation of closed session and that they could be then released at a court proceeding. But I think a lot of those fears have been assuaged over time because a lot of municipalities have adopted this stuff. I would say it's still under 50-50, but there are a lot out there.
Thank you.
In terms of item number 4, I see your hand there, Councilor Michelle, as well. I was just going to say, I mean, the one thing is with the pink documents, I think it's worked well up until this point that if there has been something in particular, well, I shouldn't say that. The process wasn't in place to begin with, but when there were a couple of sensitive items down the road, and we've learned some lessons early on, the materials were distributed in closed session and picked up in closed session. If they're distributed ahead of time through your council information package, there's nothing stopping anybody from photocopying it or taking a picture of it. So at that point, what would be the difference? So to me, you might as well be able to retain those unless it's something of such a sensitive nature that the solicitor decides to only hand it out in closed session and pick it up in closed session. So striking number 4 might be the way to go. Councillor Michelle?
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. I think I would agree with that logic. Sometimes, to be frank, I make my very personal notes on the pink paper, and so I kind of need them both. Thank you.
Well, I think Long Point always has a good practice with that, and I think that maybe there could be more discretion from staff if it's something that is sensitive, rather than send it out with the council information package, they hang on to it and distribute it enclosed. Councillor Columbus, did you have something?
But that's the way to do it at Long Point Conservation, so.
Go ahead.
I wanted to know what completion was, whether it was the completion of that session or the completion of that issue, because some issues last a year and you want to keep the documentation with it. But I'd also question on number 2, might need a better way to word that, because the way it was read is no cell phones are permitted in closed session, so I can bring my tape recorder, my video camera, all of that stuff, as long as I leave the cell phone here. So I think they use terminology like electronic devices and things like that in some of our other, so you might want to change that a little bit.
Yeah, of course, in the the amending bylaw, it'll be more detailed.
Okay, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, and through you, what's the general storage practice for, because I'm sure it'd be the audio recording would be stored on a computer, just what's the general storage practice?
Through you, Councillor Taylor, so we're going to look into options a bit with IT, but what I would generally like to do would be to have it not stored on a computer. I'd like to have, an audio device that saves multiple tracks, that we keep it, and then we go back and delete the ones after a year or a similar period like that, just so it's something that is, we could put in our vault downstairs and lock up every night, and it's only limited access.
Okay, further discussion? Call the vote. Councillor Huffman, you're okay with that striking number 4? Okay, so we'll call the vote on that. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Okay, and next motion, notice of motion. Let's see here, 251. So again, I think I provided the correction as it was read out from the last meeting, was that council investigate a preferred bylaw of Brant counties regarding masks and face coverings. So I'll turn it over to you for discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. The intention, I just wanted to clarify that the intention last week is, because it was kind of done on the fly, but my intention was so that we could have some discussion about it last week and maybe have something a little bit more solid for this week. So, and the reason that I used the example of Brant, even though, and that's what we could have gone into more detail about it, if we would have gone forward with the discussion, was that they were one of the most comparable areas to Haldeman, or sorry, to Norfolk County. Got Board of Health in my head. The reason that this has been, that I brought this forward is that I feel that as we're entering stage 3, and I've had a lot of constituents contact me about requesting mandatory face coverings, and I've had a lot of constituents talk to me about the economic side, that they're going outside of our county for their business in terms of shopping and things like that, feeling that they're more comfortable in areas such as Hamilton, Brant, Brantford, Kitchener, Waterloo, those areas that have initiated a mandatory face covering. So I would, I sure, like every other councillor, I have been inundated with mostly pro face mask emails. There have been a few that are not in favor of, but the majority of the constituents that have contacted me and my fellow colleagues, they have, they're quite resolute in the fact that they would like this council to step forward and mandate that there be mandatory face coverings in Norfolk County.
Okay, is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. I don't support the date on this motion. And so that's where I struggle. I'm in the same position as Councillor Huffman, and the public wants us to take a stance on this. I actually have the Brant County bylaw here. I've had a discussion with Mr. Burgess. I've had a discussion with Mr. Grizel. I really think that this council needs to make a decision and decide whether or not we're implementing something prior to Friday, which is phase 3. So as it's printed here, I don't support the August 18th date. I'd like to see that date changed to Friday.
So is it, just to clarify, is that a friendly amendment to that motion? Okay, absolutely.
Sorry, to clarify, I would like to see this council, so actually maybe I'll let Mr. Grizel chime in here with what we've discussed so that all of council is on the same page as my thought process, with my thought process.
Through you, Mayor Chop, Councillor Martin and myself had a discussion about adopting the Brant County bylaw pretty much as it exists. One of the things that I advised was that we should hold at least a subsequent special council meeting in order, if that was council's intent tonight, to do that. And the reason for that is just to ensure that the public has 48 hours in order to review and respond to it, and we need to issue an agenda 48 hours before that. We did have a number of people seeking deputation status today, so we would also want to ensure that we hear from those people who wanted to make deputations today, because we did defer those till August 18th pending the outcome of this motion. So those were kind of the details in terms of a timeline if council as a whole desired to get something in place for this Friday.
Okay, so the whole motion, the original motion then was a motion that council investigate a preferred bylaw of Brant counties regarding face masks and face coverings on Friday, July 24th?
So it's not my motion, but I think the way it's printed in the agenda is suitable, that the clerk prepare a bylaw. I don't want to handcuff him to a particular bylaw. I think Mr. Burgess has input to add to that. I think you might as well, and obviously our medical officer of health may want to chime in on that. But I think the important part here is not the specifics of the bylaw or what municipality has a better bylaw. I think the importance is following public procedure, putting this out, allowing the public to provide us with deputations, and making our decision on Friday, which is phase 3. So the public is no longer left in limbo wondering what this council's doing.
Okay, Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I still don't know why we're sitting here as Norfolk County Council discussing a health issue about face masks, and it's not being discussed at the Board of Health level to deal with all of Haldeman Norfolk, so that the two separate counties that make up that Board of Health area would have the same rules and regulations for everyone. And yeah, I would also like some input. There are other options available for the medical officer of health to put in instructions under the provincial legislation that could be implemented immediately based on the guidelines of the Brant County, which is pretty well the same as just about everyone I've read. I think about half of the health units in Ontario that I've looked at have implemented them that way under the provincial emergency measures regulations. And again, this is a health issue. We should be looking to our medical officer's health for his direction. Generally speaking, I'm not the kind of person who likes to put in a lot more rules, but I have said on I don't know how many occasions over the last few months how proud I am of the people of Norfolk County, because we've always been the type of people that we don't think of ourselves, we think of others, and we do things not to protect ourselves, we're trying to protect those others. And we've done a good job doing it that way in Norfolk County, and well, in Haldeman as well, but every weekend, in a normal year on a weekend in Norfolk County, the population doubles. And those are the people that I would be more concerned. And that's why I would like to have one standard rule that everybody can adhere to. But again, I think it should be implemented immediately. I think it should be implemented from the medical perspective of our medical officer of health. And I think there's options available other than a Section 22 order, which could create a lot of incidental problems. And I think that's a better way to go rather than getting politicians involved in medical things, because I thought that's why there was that separation of power in the first place.
Well, I guess that was Mayor Hewitt. You've all received a letter from Mayor Hewitt and Craig, well, I shouldn't say Mayor Hewitt, from Craig Manley from Haldeman County. I mean, that was always our view as well, that we have deferred to you, Shanker, for your medical advice consistently throughout this pandemic, and that there has not been a request from you to this point to do this. Some discussion of it in the future, recognizing that we're likely to see a second wave come the fall, but not at this time. So maybe, I know again, 2 of the council members of the 3 were present at the advisory committee meeting where you spoke at this, but perhaps you could, provide some of that input again for council.
Madam Mayor, members of council, this is the first opportunity I think I've ever had to address council as opposed to the Board of Health. And I'm pleased to share the perspective of the Public Health Service related to facial coverings. At the onset, our knowledge and understanding of COVID-19 is evolving. It's a new disease. We only found out about it 6 months ago, and the practice of medicine is never characterized by certainty. At the onset, from the public health perspective, I strongly recommend, and the Public Health Service strongly recommends, wearing face coverings when social distancing cannot be reliably effectuated. That's been our position, and I've said that many times before. It's also my perspective that at this juncture today, that the determination of should facial coverings be mandatory, I'd prefer that council make that decision. In part because at the Public Health Service we try to stay out of the political realm because I'm not elected and the Public Health Service is not elected. But at the advisory committee, people did ask for my opinion, and at the end of this, I am happy to share that perspective. But first, if I could provide some context. Wearing a face covering or a mask is one part of the approach to dealing with COVID-19. And the other parts of dealing with COVID-19 are to identify people who might be at transmitting the illness, to self-isolate individuals, testing, advocating for social distancing, washing your hands, staying at home when you're sick, screening people when they enter a workplace or a school or another building. The other key point I'd like to mention is that we're talking about non-medical masks. These are masks that are not for people that work in healthcare. These are commercially available or homemade types of masks. One thing to remember is that these type of masks primarily primarily serve to limit the transmission of COVID-19 from someone who currently has COVID-19 and can transmit it to somebody else. And that can happen during the asymptomatic period, meaning that the person doesn't have any symptoms, or in the pre-symptomatic period, before they develop symptoms. There's probably some benefit from the preventing someone who's sick from giving you COVID-19, but that's not really the primary purpose. The primary purpose is what we would call source control. Now, the benefit of wearing a mask or another facial covering relates to a couple of things. One is, what is the percentage of people currently in the community who have COVID-19? If the number was, and I'm going to use extreme examples, if the number was 0%, if nobody had COVID-19, then wearing a mask wouldn't make any difference at a population health level. If the number was 80%, it would probably have a greater benefit. The second issue is how do people comply with the masks? Or how do they adhere to them? They have to wear the right mask, and it has to fit in the right way, and it has to cover the right surfaces of the face. So it's just not wearing a mask, but wearing it correctly. It's worth noting that some people cannot wear masks. They have medical problems or preclude it. They're children and they're too young. They may have other issues where they can't take the mask off. In a small number of people who are deaf, they use they read lips, and so masking may not be the appropriate strategy for those people. The other thing I'd like to share is the most important thing in the Public Health Service is adherence. It's getting people to somehow understand and accept this as the approach. And when we think of adherence, and we think of adherence in a whole variety of disease states in public health, of how do we get people to the place that the Public Health Service and the community at large believes is worthwhile. That's smoking, opioid use, and the list goes on. With regards to masks, and like a lot of things, there are three groups of people. There are those people who are already convinced and will wear masks because they think it's the right thing to do. There are some people, no matter what direction or guidance they're given, will not wear it. And then there are a group of people in the middle. Some of them are thinking about it, some of them will do it. And so part of our challenge is to get people to a place where even if they oppose the underlying policy, that they're willing to go along with it. And that's the group of people that we really have to work towards. So in the Public Health Service, we work in the first instance towards information, education, advocacy, then rule and law. Because we try to go through that hierarchy when we can. And this is a situation, I think, that affects every person in this health district. So this is what the Public Health Services plan was as of today, which was that we, in these next few weeks, are going to do a couple of things. Where first, we're going to get a baseline assessment of how many people are actually using masks in closed spaces. And then we're going to put a very focused education campaign, and that includes, and Ms. Miranda can comment on it in more detail, but that includes using our website, using social media, paid radio. I'm going to speak publicly on this, and I've spoken publicly on this, and use sort of a multimodal campaign. And then we're going to make an evaluation of is that education campaign effective? That's independent of if council decides to make it mandatory, a bylaw or no bylaw. That's a decision for council to that level. But I think that the main goal is to try to improve adherence from a public health point of view, so that as we progress through this summer, that we'll have more people buying into and wanting to use and affirming the use of masks in areas where they cannot socially distance, where they're likely to be within 6 feet of anybody else. So that is the public health recommendation, and that's our plan moving forward throughout the summer. I'm happy to answer any questions, Ms. Chop, or any Board of Health members.
If I could, just 1 second, and then I see a bunch of hands. I guess so, Shankar, I mean, consistently you have been more aggressive than other medical officers of health. Arguably, you've even been more aggressive than the province in many cases. And, you know, when we hear, well, why hasn't council done this yet? I mean, Mayor Hewitt and I have consistently relied on you throughout this process, and masks have been forefront of the discussion, but you have never come forward and said or expressed any desire to have implemented a mask bylaw. So I guess, you know, on that, to that end, would you then, regardless of whether it's through, you know, the Emergency Act or Section 22, is that something that you would, if it was in your hands now, would you do that? And sorry, and if there's one other thing I could add actually from the Public Health Advisory Committee meeting, because you didn't say it today, but you said it the other day. I mean, we have also seen people where, and I've had this discussion with you, where you only get compliance for so long. People aren't going to do something forever. And, you know, is it such an issue now when most people are spending their time outside? Yes, they're going in for groceries and so on and so forth. But when it comes to the fall and we really need people to put their masks on as people move indoors in more concentrated spaces, you know, there's been discussions from you that you would like to see it, you know, that's the time when we really need compliance by the fall.
Yeah, I am concerned about more cases in the fall and the second COVID season. It's hard to predict the future. You know, it is for council to decide if a bylaw should be passed or not. I'm happy to give my recommendation at the end of all of this, but I think that the most important thing is getting people to adhere to using the masks or using facial coverings when they cannot socially distance, because I think that is an efficacious strategy to prevent the transmission of COVID-19. I know the answer is nuanced, and I've said this previously at Health and Social Services as well. But the public health focus, bylaw or no bylaw, is to get a strategy to improve adherence, and the Public Health Service is going to work towards getting baseline data, education, some post-education data, and then continue to make public health decisions within whatever tools the Public Health Service has available.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So could I ask the question of the medical officer of health, then? You keep saying this is a political decision.
I think these are always difficult, right? I think the decision to put a bylaw forth or not forth is for elected officials. For other things, it's for me in my public health role. The framework that elected officials have is different than the public health service, for sure. So we share the same goals. You know, if I had to say we all share the same goals, we want to keep people safe, we want to keep them healthy. It's what is the roadmap to get there. So in part, it's should we have a bylaw or not? That is a political decision. Should people wear masks? That's a public health decision. I've said that from the very beginning, that people should wear masks when they can't socially distance.
So if it is a political decision and this political body were to put forth a motion and the confirming bylaw to approve it, asking that the medical officer of health would implement a instruction under Ontario Regulation 360-420 of the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act, and the County of Haldimand Council, the political body, made the same motion and asked the medical officer of health to do that, would you be willing to do that direction from the political body on a political decision?
Yeah, you know, if it came, I don't want to presuppose what council does here. That's not, that's council's decision to make. I would say this, though, that if we have a program, we've implemented the program, we will implement the program, we will get baseline data. Once we have, if it's effective and nothing else comes forth, we might consider that as an option. These are contemplative ideas. One of the things to think of is that if we use that framework, that statute is, as I understand, I don't know if Ms. Budis is here to comment on the legal aspects, but that framework is only available so long as that law remains in force. And that, as my understanding, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't want to give a legal, but my understanding is every 2 weeks that's revised, and that may become a complexity,
And that would be part of the reason I'm going with these questions, because that can be implemented immediately by the medical officer of health under his statutory authorities. And it is only valid as long as the province of Ontario stays in that state of emergency under that act. But it does give the breathing room for the political bodies to actually proceed with a bylaw, and we could have the right rules in place on Friday when we go to the phase 3 opening. It would provide that framework, and it would solve a lot of little technical issues, and probably would be the smoothest and easiest way, along with an education campaign that I think is already in the works. That might be the best solution for the best protection of our citizens. And so that's, and I'm not presupposing the outcome of that political debate around this table, whether that there even is support among the members of council. I'm just offering an alternative solution to implement something that we've heard a lot of discussion about lately. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Van Passen. If you won't order it now, do you not consider it then to be a public health priority?
No, the public health priority continues today, and that's why we're putting forth this education campaign. Because our goal is to keep people safe, and our best goal, and you know, as a matter of public health practice, we always try to inform people, educate them, advocate, and then if that's not successful, then we reevaluate, and I would reevaluate like we always do down the future about what the next steps should be. So the fact that we choose to or not to, the fact that that part of the statute is not used does not diminish the fact that it's a public health priority. COVID-19 is a public health priority. Trying to encourage people to use masks is also a public health priority.
Okay, next in line was Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Dr. Nesteri, I don't know how you sleep at night sometime, but is there a threshold? So when there's X number of cases in a certain geographic area, then you could kick it in. Like right today, it's not, it's very limited, the COVID spread in our Haldimand Norfolk Health Unit area. But perhaps by Friday, we could have 100 cases in 10 different locations. So is there a threshold that someone's written about where you get X number of cases, that's when the masks kick in?
Yeah, there's no bright line number for sure, but one of the things we always monitor is the actual number of cases, the rolling average of number of cases, where the cases are, where they are in a congregate or non-congregate setting. So we would definitely look at the data, and if there was a substantive change in the burden of illness, we would change our approach. Right now, the rolling average is pretty small, but that might change down the road as well. It's always hard to predict the future, and I think at this part, and this I think is a policy question, is does council make it mandatory or not? And that's something to debate at this area. But I can share with you that I think that and I strongly recommend the use of masks in the appropriate clinical settings or the appropriate social settings.
Yeah.
Mr. Huffman.
I thought it was Councillor Taylor. My apologies. I just wanted to say that, to go over what you were speaking about, Dr. Necessary, is that there would be a roadmap going forward for compliance and adherence that would include public education. Okay. And I think that the sooner those types of things start, the better. The more knowledge and the opportunities for that information to be shared will allow for more compliance and adherence, especially when we're looking at children returning to school in September. And I do recall last week very strongly, two individuals at this table said that they didn't want to make any of these decisions until we heard from the medical officer of health. And we have heard from the medical officer of health, and you have clearly stated that you support the use of masks when you can't do the physical distancing. And we have numerous business owners who are struggling and are asking this council for their support to assist them. We've got individuals who are struggling where that consumers are coming from other areas where they do have a mask bylaw and then coming here and not adhering. They don't need to adhere because we don't have anything. So we have left a lot of our business owners and constituents kind of in the wind, and I think it's very important that we stand up and we make a decision. We've heard very clearly from the medical officer of health what that opinion is. We've got a public education plan coming, and in order to have compliance and adherence at any date, we need to maintain that roadmap going forward. So, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Huffman, I'm not trying to, I just want to be clear though. We've known all along that you do support masks when you can't social distance. Are you saying again that you would like council to enact the bylaw today?
Well, I'd like council to debate the idea. Look, I said this at the Health and Social Services Committee. If you choose to put a bylaw in, that is consistent with public health practice. It's consistent with public health practice because you as a council, as the will of the people, have chosen to move forward with that. If you choose not to put a bylaw in today, then I'd say, and that's your decision to make, bylaw or no bylaw today, down the road. But if there's no action by council, we would get our baseline data, we'd put our education plan together, we'd follow our baseline data, the results of the data, and then we would make a determination of the public health service. And so that would be the plan, and that may be that we come back again and have this discussion with council, or we have this discussion at the Board of Health. I think that, and I guess I'm always reluctant to tell council what they should or should not do. But I think that and I guess I'm being asked to give an analysis of the policy choices, which is, one is we can put our education campaign in today, get our data, see how well it works, and make a judgment down the road, defer it. We could choose to put a bylaw in today, and that doesn't preclude the public health plan. If it was my preference, and I've said this at Health and Social Services, and it really shouldn't be my preference, but if it's my preference, I would continue with the education plan and revisit this in September, because unless something catastrophic happens between now and September. And I think that's a reasonable policy choice as well. So if you ask me as a medical officer of health, what do I most want? I want people to adhere to wearing masks, and I want to give this education campaign a really good effort to see if it can be successful. So that would be my preference. But my preferences don't preclude you as council from acting to put a bylaw in or not to put a bylaw in.
I think I've got a couple things here. So my understanding with how the motion is worked out at this point is that we would be entertaining the bylaw specifics on Friday. This is whether or not we bring that bylaw forward on Friday. Is that correct, Andy?
Through you, Chair Chop, yes.
Okay. And then second here, would there be any benefit to having a bylaw prepared, ready to go? Not saying it gets put in place on Friday or not, saying that we have one ready to go that we are all happy with. So if in the future we need to put in a mandatory mask bylaw, it is ready to go and we can do that without any hesitation. I'm asking people around the table and some staff here, if anyone would like to chime in on that.
I guess, go ahead.
Through the mayor to council, I guess one of the concerns staff have with a quick turnaround bylaw is it's very hard for businesses to adapt that quickly. And I think it's fair you can bring in a bylaw, but you have to have some reasonable timeline for business to adapt that quickly. So for example, if you have a bylaw that says, to bring customers into the store, thou must wear a face mask. Well, in a lot of communities where that's happened, businesses actually have gone and sourced face masks so that if a customer comes, they have the ability to hand them so they don't lose a customer. I think to rush it through, there's risks to the people you may be trying to help because they won't be prepared to actually live up to the bylaw. So that's one issue with that bylaw. I will say that the other issue, I will speak frankly, is that staff have a preference for a different bylaw, and we've had discussions with Haldimand County of aligning the bylaws together and having the timing. We've reviewed a number of bylaws. There's kind of a division between the two bylaws. One's focused on the individual, one focuses on requiring businesses to do certain things. That would be kind of the Toronto, Peel, Hamilton type of bylaw. We think from an administration point of view, we prefer the Toronto type of bylaw, which is different, and that's something council may or may not like that, and that should be a discussion that's there. Because passing the bylaw, is one thing, then we have to, frankly, administer the bylaw as staff, and we think that between Haldimand County, we'd like to be able to administer it jointly at the same time and have the same bylaw in place. So my only concern is to try to do something on Friday is very quick. In discussions with the CAO of Haldimand County, we think we can be in a better position early next week to actually have it. We can maybe circulate the bylaw beforehand for discussion and then actually implement it next week. Some may say, what's the risk of that? Because we are moving into stage 3. What I would remind councillors to take a real look at is you know, what are the new activities that are happening in stage 3 that would actually be covered by a bylaw? Because some of the key activities that would happen in stage 3, such as being able to go into a dining, into a restaurant and eat, or into a bar and eat, or go to the gym, all those activities are essentially exempted from every masking bylaw. So, you know, so the areas where it really affects is where it's retail locations, such as a Walmart or Zehrs, where frankly the community's been living with that same risk for months now at this point in time. So it is totally up to council for their, you know, we will work to try to get to something on Friday, but you also have to, you know, you have to think about whether we're going to do it disjointly from Haldimand County, and what does that mean if we enact a bylaw on Friday, review a bylaw and enact it essentially within the same week. How does that impact businesses that would then have to comply with it?
And that actually moved into my final point very well. I think we definitely need to start talking about exemptions if council does want to proceed with this on Friday. What are we willing to have exempt? What aren't we willing to have exempt? Because as Mr. Burgess said, that stage 3 opening, a lot of those are already exempt from the uses in many of the other bylaws. So.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to Mr. Burgess, I guess. Why the joint bylaw with Haldimand County? Can you explain that to me, please? If we're not looking at it in terms of the Board of Health, I could understand if the direction was coming from the Board of Health, which is for Haldimand and Norfolk, but we're Norfolk County Council, so just wondering why we would need to be doing something in cohesion with Haldimand County.
Thank you. Through the chair to the councillor. There's no requirement to. It's just our enforcement teams actually have a Tuesday 11 a.m. call every day. So every time something like this happens, we want to make sure that you know, when we were doing non-essential business issues when the province would bring out rules, we wanted to make sure that if they were not allowing car washes, we weren't allowing car washes, because the challenge is that everyone calls the same hotline. So we'll get a lot of those complaints, and if we have these disjointed rules, it becomes more difficult for staff to break down those rules. But there is no obligation to. I think the other item was after the Health and Social Services committee meeting. We did meet with staff, and that's where the education plan came up, because we had thought no matter what decisions were made, the education plan would work under any circumstance. And additionally, to be frank, the way this motion was originally worded, it was to go to August 18th. Staff kind of felt like August 18th might have been too long, but we did not fully anticipate a decision to happen on Friday, so that's why we were trying to increase our timeline to get to a bylaw, and if we could do it jointly at the same time, that would be, I think, beneficial to both counties, because we are under the same, health unit, frankly, and you'd have, potentially public health inspectors dealing with businesses under two different sets of bylaws, and it just becomes more administratively difficult to deal with it. Even if the timing is off, I think there's a real consensus from staff to ensure that at least the bylaws are the same, so that there's no difference in administration of the rules going forward.
Sorry, and the second part of my question is, prior to last week, when I mentioned this about instituting some type of bylaw for face coverings, we had heard nothing from staff regarding this. So had there been preliminary information sharing? Had there been discussions that council wasn't made aware of? Or is this all just now in reaction to last week's CIC meeting?
Well, that was what I posed to Shanker earlier, though, was that there was no direction to go and implement a bylaw. I mean, I speak to Shanker at least once a day, if not twice a day, as does Mayor Hewitt, is in regular contact with him. Sometimes we're all on the phone together. And, you know, yes, Shanker has consistently advocated for face coverings. We've also been thrown into the fire time and time again throughout this as we've led the province with, you know, Shanker, a number of orders, and the federal government as well. So, you know, there was no request for us to go and make a bylaw, and I think it can be seen that Shanker isn't going to do that on his own right now. But subsequent to last week, then I guess I'll let you take it over, Jason.
Sure, through the chair. I think after the committee meeting, which is joint with Haldeman and Norfolk, staff started to, public health staff and I met and we talked about an education plan. Clearly, you know, we look at what is going on in other jurisdictions. I happen to still obviously have a residence in Niagara and St. Catharines, which has, you know, a bylaw. So we've been reviewing different bylaws, and I've been reaching out to other communities to see what some of the challenges they have with their bylaw. So I would say that it really started to pick up pace after the Wednesday meeting. And I had some discussions with the CEOs and the mayors with regards to getting into position to be ready for a bylaw. So it's been, I don't know, 5 days, I guess, where we've kind of picked up the steam at looking at this, so we'd be prepared for a potential bylaw.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. I've got a lot of comments I want to make and circle back on things that were said here, so please bear with me. But I agree with Councillor Huffman's perspective that I know that Haldeman County is certainly a priority. They're our friends. We've been working with them. We care about them deeply. We're a shared health unit, but my priority is to the residents in Norfolk County right now, and that's not a reason for me to sit on my hands and not have the discussion for another couple of days or a couple of weeks or whatever it may be. And if we're able to do this correctly, then I think that they should be keen to adopt what we put out in an effort to work together. It's not the public's fault or responsibility that they need to worry about administration through the health unit to two separate counties, and it's certainly not their problem or burden or responsibility to have to worry about our procedural hiccups and why we didn't adopt it or have this conversation earlier, or why we're not having it tonight, or why it has to wait until the 18th. I think it's evident that the public has just asked for us to take a position. Councillor Taylor made comments on the phase 3 exemptions. It also brings more people out, and it encourages more indoor spaces and uses. You also spoke, Councillor Taylor, about the bylaw, having it ready, and, you know, with all due respect to my colleagues here, we could have had it ready in front of us tonight if last week we passed waived procedural rules of order and had a bylaw prepared, so we were organized to have this discussion tonight, but that's not the case. So again, I push forward and I stand firm in the position that I think we need to make a decision for Friday. For me, it's based on principle. We can sit here and kick the can around. It's political, it's health, it's political, it's health. For me, it's a leadership discussion now based on the timeline, the window that is closing in on us, that the public wishes for us to take a stance. And so, you know, I may not be an expert in bunkhouses. I may not be an expert in car seats, fall prevention, breastfeeding, addictions, dental programs, but I can see the rest of the province is taking a stance on mandating masks and face coverings, and I don't need to be an expert to recognize the community interest and input on this in the middle of an emergency pandemic. So I think that while I am in full support of everything Shanker has said with regards to education and whatnot, why don't we save the staff their time and their resources on collecting data of who's wearing what, implement something until such time as something else can come back to us. Maybe that's the 18th of August, maybe it's sooner, whatever staff can do, and then our health unit team can jump right into an education campaign. We can be lenient in the first week of our implementation, but it gives a support to businesses. They know that we're taking a stance. They can put a sign up in their window, and amendments can follow that suit staff's needs and so on. I don't think it's the public's burden to bear that we're not ready to go tonight.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I would like to just add to Councillor Martin's remarks, and through you, I'll just ask this of Dr. Nasathore. It's about a little bit about, we're discussing right now a little bit about the urgency of doing this. And Friday is the day we move into this stage 3, which, of course, reduces restrictions. I think with reduced restrictions, that then puts more emphasis on health measures, the social distancing, the mask wearing, the hand washing, and I'm just wondering if Dr. Nasathore, you would agree with that.
Yes, I think that as we relax more, we have to continue to be more vigilant on all the the entire suite of items to help with the containment of COVID-19. To the extent that we can re-emphasize to the community how important it is to do all those things, I think it's worthwhile. We should monitor, and we will at the Public Health Service monitor that when there is that relaxation on Friday, what will be happening to potentially the incident number of cases moving forward. And I would follow for those next 2 weeks subsequent to this Friday very closely.
Thank you, Doctor. Madam Mayor, one more. I guess my other concern is just, again, some of this with regard to kind of doing it sooner than later. I think everyone knows that Norfolk County has a disproportionately high number of vulnerable seniors, and they are, I think, should be another consideration that because we have a higher percentage of senior residents, that this measure, which, as I think several people have already mentioned, several constituents have expressed that concern, that people who are in their 70s and 80s are actually afraid to go into some of our businesses because they do not want to contract this virus. So I think with that in mind, that's my sort of point, or doing it sooner than later. Thank you.
Okay, so what's, Councillor Martin, with your amendment there for the date, where are you at?
My preference, Mayor Chop, would be July 25th. I believe that is Friday.
And Jason?
The intent would be to have is that to pass a bylaw on July 25th, which means you would require 48 hours of public notice to do that. So we would have to craft a bylaw by tomorrow at some time. Could we craft a bylaw? Yes. But you're going to craft a bylaw that has some pretty significant impacts. We can cookie cutter or paste something out and do that and find if that's okay. I would just say that it, puts staff in an awkward position to create a bylaw in a few hours, to have it publicly circulated and to be, and to be ready to be implemented on Friday. But if it's required by council, we'll do it.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. In regards to that, in response to Mr. Burgess, is that I would, unless I'm missing somebody here, every county municipality around us has a bylaw. So I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel, and we look at somewhere, and again, that's why I suggested that we discuss Brant's last week, is because they were one of the most comparable in terms of our area. So I don't think it's, council would never want to unfairly put staff in any position. But in terms of this, we've already been informed that creating the bylaw that would be particular to Norfolk County would not be out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah, just to be clear, there's the bylaw, and as I said, staff have a preference to a different bylaw. That bylaw, such as the Toronto bylaw, requires essentially businesses to do three things. One is they must post a sign, so the sign is downloadable from the municipality. It's part of the bylaw. They click on it. They would then download it and print it, and they must have that posted in their location. Two, they must develop a policy with regards to the use of masks in their facilities. They also are provided, each of those municipalities that adopted that drafted a policy for businesses that they could adopt. The reason it's not a required policy is because in many businesses, they may have national policies. So you may have a mom and pop entrepreneur type business. They would need that guidance and would just adopt what the cities gave them. But for other businesses, such as like a Walmart or a Canadian Tire, they have national policies that they don't want to adjust for a municipal policy. So it's the creating of the bylaw, it's the creating of the sign that is downloadable, it's the creating, and in that case, it's the requirement for the business to adopt a policy and also to train staff on their policy. Because that's how the Toronto and other bylaws, those were the three big requirements that were there. The Brant model is a different one. The onus is on the individual. So one of my concerns is if I come with a Toronto Peel one and council doesn't like that, then I don't know where that leaves us, but that would be staff's recommendation is to go that route. And then council, would have to review and see if they're okay with what we've drafted. And there are issues with regards to, frankly, which exemptions. Some municipalities have different exemptions in them. The other issue is, frankly, if we put an enforcement penalty in, and Ms. Budis can have further comment on it, it actually wouldn't be enforceable because you actually have to have a judge rule on the fines that are outlined in it, and that takes a few weeks also. But you can certainly have the policy there. It just wouldn't be finable at that point in time.
Paula.
So the way it works is we'd have to get a judge to approve something called set fines, and those we have to go through a process under the Provincial Offences Act to do. Otherwise, you do have fines, they don't get meted out until you have a conviction. So you would have to go as far as prosecuting somebody and then getting a court to issue a penalty in accordance with the act, which is different than just issuing a ticket. So if we want to issue a ticket, we have to get set fines approved.
Councillor Martin and then Councillor Ravitz.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. So as an example, the Brant County bylaw does not even make mention to fines. Obviously, there are pros and cons to, that's not true. It does make a reference to convictions, but it doesn't specify amounts and
It can't, and the bylaw itself actually wouldn't. It would become a schedule, which then gets added to a list of set fines.
okay.
Yeah.
And in my research, some other places have listed fines, so maybe that is more to Mr. Burgess's point of enforcement on a business or something otherwise. But why can we not? So the first two, posting signs and then development of policy, those are things that can come and we can create a strong message from the top with staff's preferred bylaw to implement this on Friday. However, we're lenient. We understand that they're going to need time, but the rest of the community is in the same position we are, that they're watching this unfold. They're mostly ready. They're mostly prepared. I think for me, again, it's principle on having the message, having the messaging out to our community and taking the stance one way or another. If we're late to the game by 7 days on enforcement, then we are. But the people who have concerns are going to be comforted by the fact that we've taken a position. We haven't left it until the 18th of August. And furthermore, when the messaging comes from the top, I think we're going to bridge the gap on that third party, that third group of people who are on the fence. They're in the middle. There might be a bit more uptake. And that's all I'm really hoping to see. I don't want our community members being fined, to be honest, for not wearing face coverings. I want them to do the right thing and be courteous of others. But I think when we set the policy and set the standard here for Norfolk County, more people are going to adhere to it. So is it possible to go with a policy for Friday and be lenient on posting the signs and development of in-house policies?
I guess to further on to Councillor Martin's point, I'm kind of confused myself. I mean, what the need to establish a fine schedule right now when we've already discussed it's really not enforceable. So what's the purpose? I mean, why would that have to be done first? I mean, if we can't really levy a fine anyway.
No, there is no requirement to do it first. It's just something that has to be done. That's all.
Councillor Rabbits, and then I'll make my way back around again, but.
Thank you, through you. I suppose the poster boy for mask wearing in council should have a few comments about, the wearing of masks. I'm wearing one right now. I think I'd like to start with, why do I wear a mask? I wear a mask because it's the cool thing to do, right? It's a popular thing to do. It's fashionable. And you should wear one too. It's a responsible choice. Every time we speak, we spit a little bit. So whether you can't maintain the distance or not, suffering succotash, if I wasn't wearing a mask right now, there'd be spittle all over my seat here. Microphone, the things I'm touching, it reduces the risk of surface contact spread as well. And that's why I wear the mask. Out of respect for my colleagues and the surfaces and the things I come in contact with, I wear the mask because I know that when I speak, a little bit of spittle is coming out of my mouth. I'm capturing all of those droplets, whether I'm sneezing or I'm speaking. So, right off the bat, that's where I'm coming from. That's why I wear the mask, even when I'm at a safe distance from my colleagues. If we were to make these masks compulsory, I would imagine that everyone in this chamber would then have to don a mask. It's a public space, at least. When we're able to pack the galleys, it's a public space. When it's not restricted to the public. But it brings me to another point about compulsion or coercion. I'm one of the few that don't need to be told to wear a mask, as the doctor indicated. I volunteer. So should you. I don't need to be mandated to wear a mask. I'm going to wear one as a choice because I believe it's the right choice. And we need to engage in that public education piece where others, I feel, think like I do, or move those that are undecided towards the perspective of wearing the PPE, especially when they're out in public. But I also acknowledge that, I have a real problem with coercion, and I myself don't react very favorably to it. And I know that others in our community won't either. We've had, these mask bylaws are very new. We're hearing updates weekly about some of the problems that come with that. I'm concerned about individuals' charter rights. So whether you suffer from visible disability that prevents you from wearing a mask, it's pretty easy to see someone with an oxygen tank and say, okay, they get a pass, they're exempt. What about for those disabilities you can't see? Anxiety, claustrophobia, things of this nature. What about these individuals that we could potentially be discriminating against by restricting their access to a public space or a public service? Makes me feel very apprehensive. I'm not comfortable with it. I'm worried about acts of civil disobedience, what that looks like. There's been violence in other municipalities. Is that something we want to welcome into our community? A violent interaction in a Tim Hortons or a corner store for not wearing a mask? I need some more convincing. So, the fellow that's sitting here wearing a mask, telling you to wear a mask, is very apprehensive about mandating it. I tend to defer to the good doctor with his comments about education and finding out more information and about the flu season in the fall when we really need compliance to be achieved. I understand that there's an increased risk with stage 3, but I want to make sure we're doing this correctly and we're not inviting potential lawsuits, unintended consequences. So, how can I be an advocate and make a positive influence, do the greatest good for the greatest amount of people? I think that's by showing leadership, by setting the example, by leading by example and wearing the mask, speaking to its benefits. But there is some challenges with mandating the wearing of masks that I feel haven't been adequately addressed. Respectfully, I do disagree with the doctor. I think this is a medical decision. This is a health-related decision. And I'm deferring to his advice on that. And we can kick this can back and forth. Is it political? Is it health-related? I feel that it's a health-related decision. And until I, am hearing a Section 22 order come through, or a clear direction that, no, we should mandate this mask because X, Y, and Z, I can't be supporting the motion as it's currently written. Do I want to continue to have the dialogue? Absolutely, I do. I'd love to have this conversation in August, again in September, with more and more information coming to light. But it does feel slightly rushed at this juncture in time. I'm listening to our staff. I don't want you to get it wrong. I want you to get it right. First time. And so, I can't support the motion as it stands, but I am looking forward to continuing the dialogue. I will concede that the majority of the correspondence that I have received have largely been in favor of mandating the masks, the vast majority. But I have gotten some very concerning emails that are distinctly anti-mask, and I honestly feel that both parties have been watching a little bit too much American news. Let's get our advice from a Canadian doctor. Let's talk about the situation in our community here in Norfolk, and our partners in Haldeman. We're one health district, and I feel that we should be acting as one health district. So, I think I'll leave my comments at that. That I'm not supportive of the motion as it's currently written, but I want everyone to know that masks are a good thing. You should be wearing these masks, and we're going to continue the dialogue regardless of the outcome today. This conversation won't end until we're through this COVID-19 crisis.
Great job, Councillor Rabbits. Councillor Paula, sorry, you had your hand up.
I don't mean to detract from anything that the Councillor has just said. I just wanted to indicate that in terms of the exemptions of the sorts that you're concerned about, disability-related issues, they're not so much charter-founded as they are under the Human Rights Code, and certainly many bylaws have thoughtfully considered that. I don't love the wording of all the bylaws I've read around that, and so I would have some slightly different proposals around how to draft those issues if and when I came to drafting it. I am a little more concerned about the negative interactions for people who feel very, very, very strongly against wearing those. And so that is something that we'd have to be looking at very carefully at the actual enforcement side of it.
Councillor Geisens, we haven't heard from you. Do you have anything to add? We'll figure out if he figures mute out. Councillor Van Passen, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Rabbits explained my thoughts quite well there, and the idea of all these emails that they send out, how they use the threat that they no longer can shop in Norfolk County because other municipalities have these bylaws, and so now they go shopping in Brant County. Brant County's bylaw only got implemented yesterday, so they must have. Why were they shopping there last week? The rules were all the same. Right? But if somebody can tell me how this is not politics, we have our medical officer of health here. He has explained his opinion. He's explained the theory over and over again. Finally, we pinned him down where he actually gave a real answer and said that we could defer implementation and revisit in September, because that's where probably the need will arise. I respect that opinion, and then we talked to our staff, and they're saying that the bylaw that is under discussion in the current motion is not a very good one, and it's not their preferred option, yet we're still discussing it. If we are going to do something, we want it done right. We don't want to just do it because the neighbor's kid's got one, so we got to have one too. We want to have it done right. I've read the Brant County bylaw, and I think I agree with our CAO that puts more of the emphasis on the individual rather than the emphasis on the building itself, and I think that's where we want more of the mask wearing would be a restaurant that you want your staff, that has to be the policy that your staff are wearing it, that you use it. When you go into the Walmarts of the world, is it it's the staff and the customers that are all need to be under the same set of rules, because currently, from my understanding, the provincial legislation is that any business can require you now to wear a mask, and nobody can complain about that. So if you want to wear a mask, those would be the stores to go into. If you don't want to wear a mask, go to the other store that doesn't require that. But again, we're looking at the bigger picture of, we want to look after everybody. So do we want one standard that, unless you're specifically exempted by certain conditions, that nobody's allowed to ask you about, by the way, so all you have to do is say you have something, and they're not allowed to question what it is. And then again, you don't have to identify yourself either, so they can't give you a ticket anyway. But if we put the emphasis on the business to have the signage up that this is what we'd like you to do, have the emphasis on the business that they have a policy so that their staff are trained in how to deal with those situations. And if that's a preferred option of our staff, it's a much more enforceable option, because you just talk to the business and you've dealt with a bunch of people. Otherwise, you're going to have to chase down individuals down the street who did or did not wear a mask. So I'm wondering if the mover and seconder might want to actually withdraw that motion in its current form and see if we could come to some other sort of direction to our staff to bring back something based on best practices, or at least examples of that for council to review, rather than specifically staying with the wording that's on the floor as right now.
A lot of what Councillor Van Passen said there, I wanted to say, actually, that was perfect. But I was actually just about to ask, could we hear the bylaw again? I believe it was changed from what was printed, and I just want a refresher on that at this point.
I believe the mover and seconder kind of changed it back that the county clerk present a bylaw respecting mandatory face coverings, and that the draft bylaw be presented at a special council meeting on Friday, July 24th, 2020.
Okay, and then, so through, if I may continue, through you, Jason, when would staff be able to have a preferred bylaw done effectively? Because I am hearing that as a major concern, and I'm respecting that, certainly. I think we need to have this done properly if we're going to have it done. How long do you think you guys need?
Thank you, through the chair to the council. Staff's prepared to, and I'm saying that, but Ms. Budis will mostly be doing the drafting. So, we're prepared if council wants to do it for Friday. We would certainly do it for Friday. I'm just concerned about the public aspect of it. I'm also concerned with, I have been working with Haldeman, and we were trying to target early next week, Tuesday, to have something ready that both staff could get their head around. And I did forget to mention the point. One of the unintended consequences, that we wanted to kind of walk in lockstep with is, if it really is an issue of people moving counties to go and shop and do activities, if you had one with a bylaw and one different with a bylaw, does that create some of that for the businesses? So if we moved in lockstep, if that is one of the issues or concerns that the councils are facing, that at least both sets of businesses in our one health unit are treated equally. So that was the other issue. But I don't want to commit my friends in Haldeman, but we were trying to target to have it ready for Tuesday for circulation, and then whenever it would then happen. And also the intent, we were already going to run an education program. I've shifted budget over for the health unit to run it, and that's actually going to start this week for increased education to get people to adopt and to instruct businesses around the proper use of masks and when it's appropriate for that. So that's going to happen this week regardless of what happens. So sorry, long answer to your question. I would be comfortable committing us to a Tuesday morning timeline, and Haldeman would probably likely be ready at that same point in time.
And then the preferred bylaw, in a motion, would staff rather just not be suggested a bylaw to mirror or be given the freedom, or you said the Toronto bylaw, would you prefer a motion to actually have the Toronto bylaw in it?
The bylaw that staff would be bringing forward would be more based upon the Toronto one. And there's a number of reasons for that. One is the issue that Councillor Rabbits had raised. We believe that businesses, because this is, as Councillor Van Passen said, it's not very enforceable. You can make up any reason you want. And we'd rather have the businesses who are there actually dealing with the customers one-on-one, have the policies and procedures in place so that they're dealing with their customers in the way they want to in a safe manner. If one business owner wants to take a very hard line approach that says, you don't wear a mask, I don't care what reason you may allege, you're not coming in, well, that's that business owner's decision. If another one says, no, I understand you're aged and, you may have breathing problems and it's uncomfortable for you to wear a mask, we'll accept that and you can do it. But they all, they all develop their own standards. And then I don't have my bylaw officers trying to figure out which one's which. They just need to have a policy, and they have to be able to provide us with the policy, and that's the only thing we're enforcing on it. They have a sign, they have a policy, and they've done training. And let the business owners manage their businesses appropriately. So that's one of the reasons why we would go to that model. But council can choose a different one. They can choose the Brandt model, and there's benefits to that one too. It was just for us, that was the one that we'd prefer to move forward with.
Then Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just with regard to what our CIO has just indicated and, maybe making reference to Councillor Rabbit's remarks and Councillor Van Passen's, I quite agree that education is the key in this whole matter. But I do believe that the mere existence of some form of enforcement adds legitimacy and credibility to the the initiative in the first place.
I could just give one example of this was Shanker's Section 22 order in regards to not going to your secondary residence. And all he did was codify the rule from the province. The Premier was asking people to please not travel to your secondary residence. And Shanker took that because people weren't complying and codified it. And all I can just try to remind you as well, though, was the enormous backlash that happened as a result of that. I'm not sure if it, in the end, Shanker might disagree, but I'm not sure if it actually decreased the number of people that went to their cottage or not. That, again, it should have really, I always believed, as did Mayor Hewitt, for an order like that, we didn't always agree with Shanker that should have come from a provincial level. And the same thing could be said about the masks. The province of Quebec has gone and made this a rule on a provincial level. So there's, no questioning it. And it's also applied to the businesses there. In Ontario, again, much like we've seen even with the migrant workers, it's been always left up to the municipalities with this regionalized approach, which arguably doesn't really make sense. Why isn't it coming from the province, an order like this, if they believe that this is the way to, combat COVID-19? That's a frustrating part that, for me anyway, just based on what we've seen to date in this process. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. I guess my just final closing comments on this, I feel like we're really kind of we're not getting anywhere with it. I've heard 4 times Dr. Nessatharia has said that he supports masks. I've heard Mr. Burgess say the report could be ready. I don't have a preference on what the bylaw is. I have a preference on taking a position sooner rather than later. I picked Friday, 1, because of stage 3, 2, because it allowed for public consultation to occur and still not hold this up through a summer break. And lastly, because I had a conversation with the clerk who said that was a reasonable time to be able to do this. That's why I'm not trying to rush anything through or not do it correctly. But my preference would be to leave the motion as it is, and I'd also like a recorded vote, and if it doesn't pass, then we can pivot from there and go on to Mr. Burgess' suggestion. But the bottom line is my preference is taking the position sooner rather than later.
All right.
Madam Mayor, just before we're going to have this vote, can I have the clerk read it one more time, please?
Sure. So the county clerk present a bylaw respecting mandatory face coverings, and that the draft bylaw be presented at a special council meeting on Friday, July 24th, 2020. All right, so Councillor Van Passen. Councillor Michelli.
Yes.
Councillor Huffman.
Yes.
Councillor Geisens. I think he may be absent.
Councillor Geisens.
We'll go back to Councillor Geisens. Councillor Rabbits.
No.
Councillor Martin.
Yes.
Councillor Columbus.
Yes.
Councillor Taylor.
Yes.
Mayor Chop. So, all right, Councillor Geisens. All right, if it's acceptable, we'll record him as absent for the vote, and the motion carries 7-1.
Okay, so for Friday then, are we looking at scheduling a meeting on Friday, or how would you like to handle this on Friday? Special council meeting, can we do rather than Friday morning?
Certainly, it's whatever is council's desire to hold a meeting time. I expect there'll be probably 3 or 4 deputations, so it should maybe take 2 or 3 hours to get through it. As we have noticed for the meeting time, I'd say that the agenda likely won't be circulated 48 hours before, just because it'll take Paula some time to finish the drafts on the bylaw.
Sorry, you had something to say?
Friday morning, I'll have, other than Friday morning, I can't participate.
Okay, so Friday morning at 10? Is it necessary, Andy, with the deputations in this case to spend a couple hours hearing deputations? I mean, the alternative was to have passed one if it was drafted tonight. So I don't understand the need to.
There were, my office was contacted by, I think, 2 or 3 people who were interested in doing deputations today, and we deferred them pending the discussion on August 18th. So now if we're advancing it, we might have them. It simply, we could hopefully move through them all quickly because it'd just be 5 minutes each, and then we can get to the bylaw at the end of that. But I think it's important to ensure that both sides are heard on it. And that's the reason for, I know Councillor Martin initially wanted to propose a bylaw like Brant's be adopted tonight. So that's the reason for giving that notice type of thing.
Okay, so Friday, Councillor Van Passen, sorry?
Just one, how strictly do we have to adhere to 48 hours notice, right? If we want to have a meeting at 10 o'clock on Friday morning, we have to have the agenda out 10 o'clock tomorrow, right?
That's a great question. It's a special council meeting, so within the procedural bylaw, notice of the meeting doesn't necessarily mean that as long as we're providing notice 48 hours in advance, we can circulate the agenda slightly later. Still, we would be looking to get the agenda done tomorrow or Thursday morning at the latest to make sure that people at least have 24 hours to try to review this bylaw.
Okay. One thing housekeeping item here, just to go back, I actually realized I had left this off. Coming out of closed session, Just that we need a mover that council approve the direction provided to the county solicitor in closed session respecting the LPAT appeal matter, and that council provide a letter in support. I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Columbus and seconded by Councillor Huffman. All those in favor? And that one's carried. And on to the next notice of motion, which was the one from me, I believe. So in terms of the termination of the municipal emergency, number one, obviously I didn't need to come to council to do this. I could have done this independently, but I wanted to engage you all in the process. The one thing that was left off of there was actually the date. So would be meant to, my idea was that it would coincide with the province terminating their state of emergency. So when the province terminates, we also would terminate. And part of the reason for that, I was just on a call last week with Minister Clark, and some of the items, because they haven't passed the bill in terms of electronic meetings and all these types of things, are actually covered under the Emergency Act. So you would actually be putting yourself, they said, in a precarious position until they have ratified that bill. And so that would be the suggestion, that it continues until that time. One of the things, by moving away from the state of emergency, there are going to be a number of areas that will be impacted. Like I said, the virtual meetings and so on, procurement as well, and we would have some other labor relations impacts if we did this right now. Jason can speak further to those if you'd like. And so I think part of the piece is that we just need to plan for that transition period, anticipating that the province will be ending theirs. One of the things that I just want to mention is that during the state of emergency, we have seen staff take a number of initiatives that have proven to be very effective, and in some cases improve service. One of the biggest ones is the fact that we moved our procurement process into a digital process rather than a paper-based process. So it's 2020. I think that's something that probably should have been done years ago, but that was a positive that came out of the state of emergency within Norfolk County. We also have cut red tape in a number of other areas as well. This isn't necessarily related to the state of emergency itself, but in some ways it is. I mean, the patios, I just can't, again, commend staff enough for having made that process as seamless and simple as possible. And again, I love reading newspaper articles. I don't love is a strong word, but of other municipalities that have seen challenges only because Norfolk County has always been known for having so much red tape in areas like this, that to now be kind of the shining stars, and the way the patios were implemented is awesome. And then another really big one is the fact that you'll all remember at the inaugural meeting, Councillor Martin made a motion for us to be provided with a copy of the CUPE agreement because we were being refused a copy. And that deal was ratified literally the day before this council came into power. And one of the things within that agreement that was shocking to me when we did receive a copy was the fact that we have never had bylaw officers working in Norfolk County on weekends. And it seems like a time to actually have bylaw officers working. So one of the other positives that has come out of the state of emergency and working with CUPE is that we did come to an agreement that the bylaw officers are working weekends, but now we have to go back and figure out a way to ensure that that continues post-end of the state of emergency. Hopefully, we can staff can continue to improve our services and maintain those gains that we've had from this experience like that. So, again, the wording would be amended so that it would be that Norfolk County would end the state of emergency concurrent with the province, and also that council continue to approve the use of the electronic bid submission process, as well as the consolidated bid reporting to council until the end of the year, or until staff provides an update to council on the purchasing policy. Councillor Hoffman.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Just to clarify, so would that mean that, and it makes sense that we would coincide it with the province, So does that mean that automatically, as soon as that happens and our state of emergency ends, any of the special delegations that have been given to staff would then revert back to the way that they were? Do we need to make a special?
All of that would revert back, yes, except for here, which I would like to add this language at the end, that council continues to approve the use of electronic bid submission process as well as the consolidated bid reporting to council until the end of the year, or until staff provides an update to council to the purchasing policy. Okay, further questions? I guess theoretically, I should have passed the chair there to yourself. Councilor Martin? No? Yes?
Sure. Any further comments? Okay, so moved by Mayor Chop. I don't believe, do we have a seconder? Councilor Huffman? And no further comments. We'll call the vote. All in favor? And that's carried.
Oh,
Oh, sorry.
hello.
Hi, Roger.
I'm belled back there. I don't know what happened. All of it.
We've got
I
you
don't
back.
know
We're
what
just
happened.
voting in favor of Mayor Chop's motion here to make some changes to the emergency declaration when the province terminates. Are you in favor?
Yes.
Great.
Okay, thanks, Councilor Martin. Any general announcements from anyone? Go ahead.
Sorry, through the chair, an information package was circulated to members of council. It's for your information. It's variance reporting on the budget. It's some timely weekend reading in case you've gone through everything on Netflix. We will say that we wish we could have had this information to you sooner. I will say that our accounting systems are need improvement. Our ERP system, it's a very manual process to do these variance analysis, but it's required for good fiscal oversight by council. So we apologize for the delay in providing them to you. We'll arrange with the clerk to have it posted for public viewing, but did just want to make that it was hot off the presses. And if you have any further questions on it, please feel free to contact myself or finance.
Just for the public watching, another big plus for the finance department tonight, because this is something that we also never received previously, so that's awesome. I did skip over, Councillor Huffman, I'm sorry, your notice of motion.
Thank you. Just a minute. Okay. My notice of motion is in regards to a reconsideration resolution number 10, Budget Committee minutes from January 28th, 29th, 2020. It has become clear to me and to a majority of Norfolk County residents that our decision to close the Simcoe Rec Center during our budget deliberations was poorly planned out and deserves serious reconsideration. When closing valuable community assets, key principles such as transparency, community engagement, and long-term planning are paramount. I feel this decision was reactive and ill-informed. Last week, we heard from our CAO and Mayor Chop that funding for the hub is perilous at best, that Norfolk County has more pressing infrastructure issues such as water. These comments in reality make it imperative and important to maintain the recreational facilities that we currently have. I can confirm that scheduling issues are a problem. As a former executive member of WDMHA, that ice scheduling has always been an issue, and losing an arena will impact ice time availability. Mr. Burgess acknowledged on a June 30th meeting that there is not enough ice for all current users and that some will be displaced. Tournaments will be difficult to schedule due to lack of ice time availability. Growth of associations will be affected, Norfolk Hurricanes, Norfolk Knights. We were struggling in terms of the RFP, and now we have a call to submissions, and it's clear that our current plan is not cohesive in terms of our community needs. I would respectfully request that my colleagues support this reconsideration and we get back on the road to the services that our constituents deserve. Let's get the Simcoe Rec Center open for the fall, and we can then carry on with the discussions that we need to regarding the senior citizens that we're going to be place. I don't know, I've never seen a really comprehensive plan on that. So anyways, I would, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Did you wish to provide, go ahead, Councillor Columbus. We're not debating the motion this evening, so we're not taking comments. Okay, if it's a question.
My question was, have there been any renovations made to date to adjust to this, the senior center at the rec center? Have we spent any dollars?
Through the mayor to the councillor, no, we have been spending some time to ready the rec center as our ICC for the fall. So instead of having our, if we need a place for, due to COVID-19 reasons where we need to put people, staff were looking at not having it at Dover because it's scheduled for hockey, to move it to the rec center. So we have been looking at some options there. So it's been pretty minimal, the amount that we've spent at this point in time.
Did you want to make any further comments tonight, or did you want to reserve that for next week? Okay. Or on the 18th, I guess, rather. So we'll put that on the special council agenda for the 18th. Okay, further general announcements. Go ahead.
Yesterday, we moved a bunch of picnic tables downtown to help start unroll the downtown dining areas. So it's going to be located at the Art Center grass and on Kent Street there where we close the street. There's still a few more additions to be done, so if you go by and it doesn't look quite right, don't worry, we are still working on it. We're just waiting for some umbrellas to come in and whatnot to really make it a very inviting place. So I'm excited to see that unrolled, and I just want to thank all the staff that were involved in making sure that we could do that as the Simcoe BIA. It was a very good process, and I'm very happy with how that went. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. Councillor Rabbits.
Thank you. Through you, just to follow up on that, the BIA did have a small cleanup activity this past Sunday as well, preparing some of those sites, pulling some weeds, picking up some cigarette butts, and doing things of that nature to clean up the downtown. We actually have another one scheduled for this upcoming Sunday. At 9 a.m., we're meeting at the BIA office. It's sort of bring your own gloves, bring your own tools, bring your own masks. And what the plan is to divide everyone up into groups of 10, roughly, kind of assign an area to clean up. And the idea is to rally in the Riverside 83 parking lot afterwards to allow for some social distancing and kind of a celebration of kicking off the patios and continuing to renew the downtown through some cleanup initiatives. So if you're interested in participating in that, again, that's going to be this Sunday, 9 a.m. We're meeting at the BIA office on Peel Street there. So hope to see those out that are interested in continuing to clean up the downtown. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Rabbits. Councillor Hoffman, then Councillor Martin.
I'll defer to Councillor Martin first.
Actually, my question is to Councillor Huffman and all of and the clerk. I thought we were voting on this tonight. That was my understanding when this came forward last week. And so I guess I'm asking Councillor Huffman what her intent was on that and what our options are.
You have to provide notice for reconsideration.
Through you, Chair Chop. So reconsideration has to be done at council. So it's not, even if you mention it at CIC, it's a carriage of council. So if you did waive the rules of order, you could ask for the consideration of council to proceed as a motion this evening. Certainly, I think Finance or Mr. Burgess might have some comments on it because it's that there isn't a budgetary amount assigned in there. So the suggestion might be that it's appropriate to defer to August 18th just to allow proper public notice.
I'm confused because we're in council and I was only aware of this because I was privy to a conversation last week when I was chairing. And so I thought that that was the intent, to have the discussion tonight, and then in that case you would be able to waive the procedural rules of order. But I was under the impression, and I'll let Councillor Huffman speak to it. It's her motion.
I think Mr. Burgess might have some comments in terms of there is a budgetary implication to this with dollars and cents. So finance is going to need to be able to make a presentation that shows where that funding is going to come from.
I understand that, and again, I would like for Councillor Huffman to chime in here before Mr. Burgess speaks, but I think that council has the ability to create policy regardless of a presentation from finance right now.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Okay, through you to my colleagues, no, I am quite surprised. I thought we were actually going into discussion about this tonight. That's why it was done last week, and then it was a matter of that needed to be discussed at council, and that because it was a budget-related issue, is that it had to be discussed at council. So, and I do have, obviously, a plan in play, a suggestion as to where the funds would come from regarding this. So, I'm ready to, if everyone around the table is ready to waive the procedural order, then we can, if we have 2/3 consent, then we can go forward and discuss this and vote on it tonight.
Through the chair, I guess from staff's point of view, reread it the way it was presented. We were anticipating writing a report. I think there's lots of facts to consider. The concept of ICE availability, which has been represented by some user groups. Frankly, I think council has the right to see the actual statistics. For example, of the 6 arenas, not one arena reaches 70% in primetime occupancy for the ICE. So yes, maybe some groups may need to move around the different ICE surfaces, but there's, like I said, from primetime ICE point of view, for the last 2 years, not one arena has reached 70% occupancy. So when you took, and in fact, the Simcoe Rec Center in 2019, 2020 only had 44.89% of primetime ICE usage, and in 2018, 2019, it only had 49.97% of primetime ICE usage. That's why staff looked at building up the other arenas. There are plans in place to look at focusing on other activities, the level of subsidy support for ICE activities. This county, the taxpayers support ICE activities to the tune of about $2 million. If you compare that to baseball or soccer or lacrosse or curling, which gets zero, these are the decisions from a recreational program, is how much money do you want to spend. Also from a long-term sustainability point of view, part of the reason to look at reducing one of the assets and repositioning it was to be able to save money to essentially start to fund a program where we can actually build 2 new arenas and replace our pool on a more cost-effective basis. So I think there's lots of factors that went into this budget decision originally. It wasn't done off the back of a piece of paper. There was lots of analysis that was put forward in this, and staff was under the impression that they would be able to provide a full report of the facts to council prior to making a decision. But council has the authority to make that decision, and I can answer any questions as I see best. Unfortunately, Mr. Cridlin, after this motion left, he just walked out the door, but I can certainly try my best to answer any of the questions that may arise.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to Mr. Burgess. I guess I'm a bit confused. So when you're talking about that there was a plan in place to rebuild 2 arenas and a swimming pool, I'm assuming that you're not speaking about the recreational hub?
Through the chair, originally it is the recreational hub. That would have a potential taxpayer hit of about $25 million, which means on $25 million, we would need somewhere in the order of $2.5 million worth of debt servicing for that, or sorry, about $3 million worth of debt servicing for that. So we would either be doing a 3% tax hike just for our commitment to the hub, or we would need to look to save some money so that we can reduce that, reduce that taxpayer commitment. So to be frank, the financing portion of the hub hasn't been fully penned out. It was there at the budget process, and I was just trying to figure out how is that going to be penned out, and we needed to take some initial steps to at least start putting, being able to identify some money that can at least go towards making that type of financial commitment. So is it fully penned out at this point in time? No, but it was a start. It was to save a couple $100,000, which would offset a couple of $1 million worth of the required debt.
So I'm to believe then that last week I sat here and heard that that the thought was that the funding for the hub was perilous at best, that there probably wouldn't be the funding coming, and if it did, we had other infrastructure issues that were at a greater need than taking those funds and using them for 2 new ice pads and an arena and a swimming pool. So am I then to believe that if we don't get the call for submissions and there's there's still the possibility of another arena up for closure and the ice surface is gone at the Simcoe Rec Center, that we're very short-changed in Norfolk County for recreational services? I guess the other part would be, where would the money come from if we don't get the hub to replace, to get a brand new arena?
Okay,
If we're
I think
talking about 2.
Either we're going to have you can, if you'd like, Councillor Huffman, if you want to ask to waive the rules of procedural order, to have the debate this evening, and failing, if it fails, then staff will be given the chance to prepare a report with answer to all of these questions to bring back to council at the special council meeting on the 18th, which is what they were planning on doing, which is also what I was led to believe. I mean, it was on even the agenda as a notice of motion, not as a motion itself. When the agenda was distributed on Friday, that correction could have been made at that time if there was confusion, but I don't believe any emails were received to that end. So again, if you'd like to make a motion to waive the procedural rules of order, you're in.
I would like to make a motion to, I can't even think right now, to waive the procedural bylaw.
Okay,
Orders, sorry.
seconder for that, Councillor Martin. And do you want to do a recorded vote, Andy?
That the rules of order be waived to allow for the introduction of a notice of motion to reconsider the budget directly as a motion. So I'll start with Councillor Geisens.
Okay, what are we talking about?
This is a reconsideration to bring this is a motion to waive the rules of order to have a reconsideration on the budget meetings.
Otherwise, it will be heard at the special council meeting on the 18th when staff have had time to prepare a report.
Councillor Geisens?
No, I'm saying no.
Nope. Councillor Rabbits?
Yes.
Councillor Martin?
Yes.
Councillor Michele?
Yes.
Councillor Huffman?
Yes.
Councillor Van Passen?
No.
Councillor Columbus?
Yes.
Councillor Taylor?
Yes.
Mayor Chop?
No.
Motion carries 6-3.
I don't know how you wanted to handle this, Jason. Did you want to? Okay. Well, should we take a 15-minute break so he can call Bill and see if he can come back?
Hello? I'm
Hi,
still
Roger.
here.
We're just on a 15-minute break here. We're bringing Mr. Cridlin back, and then we're going to talk about budget and arenas and so on. We're almost done.
Okay. All right. Hello? Somebody here?
Hey, Roger, we're just starting to.
Today, sir. We'll be starting in a minute.
I thought I heard somebody coming in, Jens.
Okay, I think we're all here then again, so there's some more procedural matters. I'm going to turn it over to the clerk to handle that from this point.
Sure.
Okay.
To assist council, we have waived the rules of order, so now we're at the stage where the reconsideration is a motion before you. It's moved by Councillor Huffman. Is there a seconder to the motion? Councillor Taylor, you're too polite. You're so Canadian. All right, so the motion is to reconsider is before you. Is there any debates before it's voted upon?
Are you talking about page 55, 255?
Yes, 255 is before council right now, Councillor Guys.
Councillor Van Passen.
That's because I thought. Sorry.
Councillor Van Passen's going to make some comments. He had his hand up.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I question why we need to do this. I brought this issue up twice, once in March already, after we had our only public meeting that was allowed because of the COVID rules, and once on May the 15th. And it was discussed in this chamber that there's no need to reconsider this motion. We've already, when we did the discussion on how we're going to do request proposals or community engagement and all that, there's going to be budget amendments necessary, because I was quite concerned at the time about the part of the motion that said that we were going to close the second reading in September, and we were assured at that time that there is no need to do it as a reconsideration. Maybe I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer here either, but we've had a well-organized sort of email campaign about the absolute need for this rec center ice, because it's just not workable. But when I do my gazintas, 45% usage of this arena, that's, let's say there's 50 hours of primetime ice at the rec center. We're using 50% of that. So there's 22 and a half hours. None of our other arenas break 70%. So there's 15 available hours in every other arena. So we divide the 22 hours that the rec center got used last year into 5 other arenas that each have 15 hours. That's 75 hours of available time in the other arenas that we're currently not using. And yes, there's a new hockey league. They want to do things a little differently. Let's sit down with the user groups, allocate the times that are available, do some juggling, change some historical things, but nobody wants to talk about changing. We've always had that ice mentality, and we just need to do that. We can't afford to run this arena. We can't afford to run a lot of things, but you want to run this arena, it costs $450 an hour. We're renting it out for a lot less than that. We're subsidizing it, and we don't need the ice time. It is available in the other arenas. And if that's the big issue, then let's get those groups together, let's talk to them. I wonder whether reconsideration is even allowable, because I know there's things in our procedural bylaw that, once the process has started, you can't really bring it up for reconsideration. We have expended funds. We have started the process of moving it. And we got to get beyond this thought of one thing at a time. We also have that senior center that is totally unacceptable conditions for, what they, and I also consider to be our greatest generation, that what they put up with and what they went through during the Depression, during the World War, and the life they've led to get us to where we are, and then we're going to shove them in a place that's full of mold, full of fumes, half of it's not even accessible, it's fallen down, and we need another place for them. So, why can't we carry on with the process that we have? We're looking for public consultation on how to run things better. We can carry on with the changes to the meeting rooms at the rec center to convert that so that the seniors have a place to use. We could enter into discussions with the Fair Board about the use of the odd temporarily. We still need a place for the emergency facility that we're still waiting for that surge in the fall that we hope doesn't come due to COVID. So they're in the process of shifting that emergency center from the arena to...
Point of order.
On?
The fact that there should be no discussion on the motion as per our procedural bylaw.
There's a motion on the floor, Councillor Huffman.
There's a motion on the floor.
Am I not correct on that?
Didn't we have
the
a
clerk?
vote on waiving the procedural bylaw to take a notice of motion and make it a motion? And wasn't that motion just moved and seconded? No, it's no longer a motion to reconsider it. It's now a motion on the floor.
My ruling is that Councillor Van Passen is allowed to speak on the motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Does anybody want to challenge the mayor's ruling? They are allowed to do that if we're going to get technical on all these things. So. No, okay. No, I think we should continue on this path. Again, the ice is it's a non-issue. There's lots of, like, maybe we could somebody could ask Mr. Cridlin whether the arena in Langton is actually going to be open on Sundays, or we just don't need that ice time, right? So we need to sit down with those groups, talk about that. Let's talk to the Fair Board about the possibility of entering the lease. We could use that part for the senior to keep the surface. There'd be no renovations done to the ice surface in the rec center. We save it for the emergency in case it comes. And the worst case scenario, if the whole world gets better right shortly, it takes 2 weeks to put the ice in there. It's never been in there until 2 weeks after Thanksgiving anyway, so that's not an issue. They're used to that time frame. And let's start moving on with, I know every plan we had at budget time got shifted by 6 months because of the COVID situation, but let's try to keep on that plan at least. We still got to get there. We're just a little bit delayed on how we go about doing it. And, it just makes no sense just because you get a few emails and some phone calls. You still got to try to do the right thing. Sometimes the right thing's not easy to do. Sometimes leadership means doing the hard things and making those hard decisions and trying to make it work with what you have rather than what you want. So I will leave it with you, and we'll see where the rest of this discussion goes, because I sure would like to see some numbers from our staff before we make emotional decisions based on a few emails and some phone calls. So.
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
It was with regards to debating, but it's a motion, so I'll let a few others speak.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. through you too, first to Councillor Van Passen. This isn't based on an emotional response from a few emails and phone calls. This is based on a decision that I was part of back in January that I regretted immediately. I don't feel that the way to go forward in Norfolk County is to close an arena. I don't feel that it's in the best interest of our plan that we have for Norfolk County, and I just think that the citizens of Norfolk County deserved more transparency in regards to these decisions. The ice at the rec center is valuable ice. We've also gotten lots of input from individuals about how we could do a better job marketing our ice and making sure that there is more full utilization. If an arena does choose to close for 1 day a week, that would be a cost-saving measure. That's what we're looking for. That's what we're looking for, some of the creativity coming out of it. And this year, with the Norfolk County Fair not being in play, we could get our ice in there much sooner to the rec center. We do have a new hockey system in play in Norfolk County. It's one that's been talked about for many years, and we finally have it in place. Yes, they do want to do things differently because they will be competing at a much higher level than we've typically competed at in Norfolk County. So they will need more ice time. There will be more specialized training opportunities for the players. We've also neglected the fact that the Hurricanes Hockey League is growing by leaps and bounds and has not shown any slow up at all, except for growth. We count on dollars. The hockey associations count on dollars from hockey tournaments and fundraising and things like that to keep their associations going. It's very difficult to run tournaments when you're short on ice surface. So again, I reject the fact that this is an emotional decision. To me, this is a decision that was made in January that I have been waiting this length of time to bring forth for reconsideration because I feel that we made the wrong decision.
Quite the emotional display. We could close each arena 1 day a week, or we could close one arena. There's a big difference in that, isn't there? 6 arenas closed 1 day a week, or one arena closed 7 days a week, when I don't even think they're planning on opening Langton on Sundays, are they? There's your 7th day anyway, right?
Through the chair, just a point. With the new rep team coming in, Langton will be utilized the Sunday as long as everything goes according to plan, which was part of the plan to shutting down the one ice field and then utilizing the other 5 arenas to fill the time.
Go back to simple math, that 6 arenas at less than 70% usage of prime time hours, or 5 arenas at 85% use of prime time hours is the same number of hours. And the goal in municipal arenas is to get over 90% primetime usage. So don't tell me that the hours are not available. We've been giving up 15 hours a week of primetime hours in every arena and about 22 and a half hours at the rec center every week at the arena. By reallocating the usage and the time slots, there will still be leftover hours. The new league wants more hours. They are still available in those same time slots.
Hello? Oh, yeah, okay, you're still there.
Hi, Roger. Did you?
I was just wondering if you were still there. That's what I was thinking, so that's okay.
Councillor Rabbits.
Thank you. Through you. I am glad that this notice of motion for reconsideration has come forward, so at least we can have a conversation. I feel that we had our roadshow cut very short for the fallout from our budgetary decisions. And we weren't able to engage in that consultation through town halls, and we have received numerous emails, not only recently for this particular notice of reconsideration, but I've been contacted by a lot of user groups specifically, and they feel disengaged at this point in time. Clearly they have a desire for more ice, and it's very unfortunate that when we made our decision, I feel that we didn't have all the information required at that time because some parallel conversations were taking place. The new rep team, the demands for more ice and expanding hockey in Norfolk County, those conversations were taking place amongst user groups while we were being presented with last year's figures of ice usage. But we need to talk about the dollars and cents of it because there is a lot of unused ice in Norfolk County. And we need to address how we're allocating ice. My concern is that, I'm trying to phrase this, it would be bad if we're allocating ice and not charging users for it. That would be bad enough. But I'm unclear if we're actually refunding for canceled ice time. Because I know that there is a significant amount of unused ice and also ice that was booked but then not used. And I think I'd like Bill to answer, what are some hard numbers on actual usage versus unused ice, maybe versus those that are sort of claiming their spot, they're staking their flag in the ground and saying we play at this certain time, I couldn't get enough guys together, sorry, we won't make it. Like, what does that look like in terms of actual ice usage, and what's the dollar value in unused ice time in Norfolk County?
Through Madam Mayor to the councillors, I may look at Jason Burgess. I didn't come prepared with those numbers, but there is a large amount. I think, I know Jason we've been in talks about this, I think it is close to, Jason, if I can, without checking emails there, I think it's it's over 1,000 hours a year that are booked in our arenas, and that ice is canceled ahead of time within the 48 hours. So the blocks are set aside, not paid for at that time, and then canceled within the 48 hours as to our ice allocation. So there's a large amount of time there. I guess depending on the cost, it depends if it's a minor hockey, because that's your 120 an hour ice, and if it's your other groups, your prime time, you're up to 190. And I'm just not sure, not to put Jason on the spot, being the numbers guy, he may very well have that number.
So I'll give you the numbers for the last 2 years, and it's broken down by user group. So last year, minor hockey prior to COVID, so prior to late playoffs, because when you get into playoffs, you have natural cancellations because a team gets eliminated and therefore doesn't need the ice. So we looked at ice cancellation prior to playoff hockey because that kind of skews the numbers a bit. So last year for minor hockey, it was 994.75 hours was canceled. For figure skating, it was 42 hours. For adult time, it was 88 hours. For other groups, it was 20.5 hours. And for the junior hockey teams, it was 63 hours. If you look at the year before, minor hockey was 1,224.5 hours. Figure skating was 200.5 hours. Adult groups were 93.5 hours. Other groups was 28.5 hours, and junior hockey was 43.5 hours. So it is, the amount of ice that gets canceled by minor hockey almost equates to some of the utilization of an arena, actually. So it is a significant amount of ice that gets canceled.
Thank you, Jason. I think that's a problem in and of itself that may be a separate issue than what we're really discussing regarding the arenas. It's part and parcel of the same conversation, but that's a problem that needs to be addressed at some point in time in our conversations about recreation facilities.
Well, I think it goes actually to the heart of the issue where you have the discrepancy. When we do our projections for ice utilization, we base it upon actual hours used. Minor hockey claims that they will use more ice, but they have never used that ice actually. So if you're 45 hours short, if you go by the assumptions of what they normally book, but to maintain ice surfaces for ice that has been traditionally canceled, that's not how we did our analysis. We did our analysis based upon actual ice usage. Secondly, when I did my analysis, I also looked at theoretically if they were correct with their utilization, what does that mean? That would mean displacement to other arenas and displacements on how ice gets allocated. There is an ice allocation policy that Norfolk County has. It prioritizes youth sports over adult sports. So there would be some displacement of adult sports, not for youth sports, even if their assumptions turned out to be correct. But the addition of a new team, when I did my initial analysis, with the addition of the new single A loop, I added 15 teams and 2 hours of localized ice because you assume that they might be playing away. When we had our meeting, Mayor Chop was present at the meeting, Bill and myself were present at the meeting with the user group. We raised the issue about cannibalization because if you're going to create this new league, my question was, where was 15 teams, and over 225 players going to come from? So, because I was making the assumption that there would be 10% cannibalization of house league time or local league play time in my numbers. They corrected us at that meeting and said, oh, actually, there's not that much cannibalization. When you do all the reconfiguration, they anticipate only actually adding one new team of players when you look through it all, because what's happening is the Waterford AE team or the Waterford A team is going to collapse and move into the Norfolk A team. So they really only were saying that there was one new team being added. At that point in time, I said, well, how is one new team, net new team, going to generate 45 hours of additional ice time? And they have not yet provided an answer to that question. So staff is still under the assumption that based upon actual usage that they've had for the last number of years, and adding 45 hours of ice time, which may or may not actually be accurate at this point in time, there is adequate utilization. Now the challenge is, some of the utilization should come at the early morning time slot, which is very traditional for travel hockey teams to practice at. It gives you 90-minute availability if you want to run longer practices. Currently, less than 10% of that ice time is utilized in the county. It's almost not utilized. And part of the whole strategy was to utilize the arenas more fully. So we would make sure that the teams would, that all the arenas get utilized. And yes, there would be some play in or practice time at Langton, which frankly doesn't have a lot of high utilization. But staff feel that it's important to have the assets dispersed amongst the county. So if we can get Langton more fully utilized, Delhi's well utilized, and then we would have good utilization of the 3 western arenas. So all the arenas then would be more utilized. Then that was the strategy. But I can understand user group resistance to not want to use morning ice time or not want to, practice at Langton. But from our point of view, these are significant dollars that we do expend on hockey. And the idea was to convert, frankly, was to make some of the other, so the Simcoe Rec Center to be able to support other sports, such as volleyball, which is not supported, or pickleball, or a walking track for seniors, potentially indoor soccer practice. Because when you look at the actual statistics of where sports and activity rank for all members of society, the number one activity, recreational activity, is walking. And most communities would have an indoor walking track, and it's a particular valuable asset for seniors. We don't have that. We could have that with the rec center going to dry. We don't have, soccer is the number one sport for registration in Canada amongst youth. And when we talk about attracting new people to Norfolk County, they're more culturally diverse, and soccer is a much more internationally popular sport. It's the number one sport in Canada. It's also more popular internationally. We don't support soccer to any level of degree from a taxpayer subsidy point of view as we do ice sports. So being able to provide that, we have a travel volleyball team in Haldimand, being able to provide some of that. Being able also to provide dry land training facilities for all athletes is also important. So when you're playing travel hockey, my kid happened to play for a number of years, dry land training was important. And having a facility to do dry land training, off-ice training, is important to have. Those are the types of things. So when people talk about closing an arena, you have to not look at it as closing an arena. You have to look at it as repositioning it to accommodate other sporting interests and other leisure and recreational interests, including the seniors. And, those are some of the plans that, we would be working on. And we think it provides a much more balanced approach for taxpayer dollars, that we support, all sporting interests, maybe not exactly to the same degree, but at least provide some interest. Right now, hockey that's inappropriate, ice usage, because there's figure skating and all that. Our costs are over $3 million. The fees that are generated from ice users are about $1 million. So right now, the taxpayer pays, 2/3 of, for the use of that activity, where that's nowhere close for baseball or soccer or anything else. And it's nowhere close to the quantum of dollars that are involved. So, part of the strategy was to, increase or decrease the amount of taxpayer subsidy in each of these arenas so that, ice activities become a more reasonable investment for taxpayers, and taxpayers can invest more in other sporting activities to be more balanced, and also to develop a sustainable strategy. I'm going to be blunt and say, just by opening up the arena does not get you anywhere closer to having a sustainable facility strategy. Whether we get the hub or we don't get the hub, all that opening up the arena does is actually put you further behind, because we're going to be losing more money than we should be setting aside to either fund, if we do get the money for the hub, that strategy, or develop a new strategy, for replacing our facilities. Because I'm not sure, Bill, I think our newest facility was built in the 70s. Yeah. So that's our newest facility. Our pool currently doesn't meet new codes. And the talk of hockey tournaments, we don't have an NHL-sized hockey arena. Of all our arenas, none of them are NHL-sized. We don't have a double arena, which is usually a standard for tournaments. We have a pool that's not efficient to code. We need a sustainable strategy. And so, does this solve the sustainability issue? No, but it is a step forward, and that's why staff did it. It was part of a broader strategy to move towards sustainability in our offerings, and part of a broader strategy to make our arenas, each of them, be able to stand on their own 2 feet more by filling them up more, and by providing more activities for all the residents through a diversity of offering.
Thank you for that, Jason. If I may respond, that's all very valuable information to have, and I think it's important for the public to hear. We may not have had that level of detail had we not broached the subject this evening for debate. That's how I was making my decisions back in budget time. When we were presented with the hard numbers, I wasn't aware of the parallel conversations and the expansion to different leagues taking place. But notwithstanding that, I recognize the need in our community for an NHL-style sized rink. I believe we need a twin pad to host some honest, competitive hockey with our municipal peers. And I do believe that we need an aquatic amenity with a 50-meter lane pool. So how do we get there? We're broke. The facilities that we have are underutilized, and they are old, and some in a state of disrepair, though they're still usable facilities and they are safe. And so, being a Simcoe representative, I feel like we took a hit here. We lost our rink, maybe as an act of good faith to try to right-size our budget and put some money into a recreation master plan that affects that outcome, where we can get competitive hockey in Norfolk County in an NHL-sized rink, where we can look to getting an aquatic amenity with a 50-meter lane pool. So, how do we get to that outcome? It is going to take leadership. It's not the easy decision that makes the user groups happy that would be in my opinion, the best outcome for our community. It's the tough decision that's going to upset some people, and there's going to be some short-term pain for that long-term goal of having a sustainable master plan for recreation and leisure activities that appeals to a broader segment of our community. And so that's what I was hearing during budget time. I'm hearing it again now with some more detail. And, I just feel like I've been put in an impossible spot. I want to support recreation and leisure. I feel it's almost unpatriotic not to be rallying behind hockey in Canada. But, having said that, our curling club, for example, they received nothing from us, no support. They had to come begging, hat in hand, just to get some rocks. And there's a number of different sports leagues that are in that situation that don't get the same subsidy, and I'm trying to be equitable with it. So, these are some of my comments that I just want to leave my fellow councillors with, that we said that we were going to leave the next generation in a better spot than we find ourselves in here. And we weren't going to make those short-sighted decisions. We're talking about long-term strategic decision-making. I feel for our Recreation Facilities Advisory Board. They're suspended. We're waiting for the hub announcement that, honestly, I think that can's going to keep getting kicked down the road. We have no idea, when that announcement's going to take place. Are we going to hold off our strategic planning, our long-term planning, because a higher level of government hasn't, come to a decision? I feel that we need to continue the conversations at the local level, and we can't be operating under the assumption that we're going to be bestowed by benevolent government, funds for recreation and leisure. We need to look at the hard numbers, and if it takes a 45-minute drive out of Simcoe to go to a local rink, to me, that demonstrates the needs for those facilities. Maybe we don't need to close arena in the west end of our community, because now, in good faith, hockey players from Simcoe are going to be traveling there to play hockey. So, these conversations all need to be, part of the same conversation, and I feel like it's somewhat disjointed. We're talking about the hub, now I'm bringing up an aquatic amenity. This report is really about the ice at the recreation center, and I don't want to feel like I'm muddying the waters here. I think it's worth further discussion, but I'm looking for that long-term goal of competitive hockey and competitive swimming in our community. It's either through a hub or it's through regenerating one of our current facilities. And I don't think it's the rec center. Rec center is that building that we're going to be regenerating if we're unsuccessful with the hub.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. To Councillor Rabbits and Mr. Burgess' points, I do think like we're in a way here, we're getting down in the weeds, and it's becoming multi-topic discussion. While it is all relevant, because it's all part and parcel. You made some great comments about what our master plan is and the hub, but really that's not in this motion. And the point of it is that I think it all needs to be flushed out because it's relevant, and what is the direction and what is the plan we're leaving, to Councillor Rabbit's points, the master study. So if I can go back a little bit here, I'll comment on a couple of things. We talked about those numbers, the cancellation numbers, and from what I was made aware of, those are raw cancellation numbers. It doesn't take into account rebookings. If I'm wrong, from what I know, there's a shortage right now, and due to COVID, there are less people on the ice and therefore more time to rent the ice to accommodate the same number of people. And it's resulting, and the bottom line is it's resulting in displacement of other groups. We have, the recent submission from the hockey user groups that came to us. They're willing to pay more, they're willing to work with us and schedule more, and I think if we get through this next step where we reconsider this, then let's have that frank discussion. Let's have them come here and have the discussion about their numbers and cancellation and so on. But right now, everyone is still handcuffed and we're limited to what type of discussions we can and can't have. the community's upset with the lack of consultation. The RFP process is good, but it's not holistic to Councillor Rabbitt's plans. It's not holistic to a master plan. It's not holistic to what our long-term plans are for recreation in general. And what we have are communities up in arms, upset with each other because their assets have been threatened by a Simcoe replacement piece of infrastructure, which we have no direction on where we're heading, and we're looking at 2 additional arenas to be closed. So further to Councillor Rabbitt's comments, where is this master plan? Well, we don't have any money for a master study or plan, but we do have our RFAB group that's chomping at the bit to get back to work to help us. And I think additionally, they could be bridging relationships for us with other user groups, with the West End community, who it's a sign of good faith with them as well. They would have someone neutral to come to and start to have these discussions about our recreation facilities and our infrastructure, and then that information can come up to council. So, you know, the bottom line here at the end of the day, I think there's no harm in changing your objective. And I think that's what I'm hearing from some council members. I'm certainly feeling it a bit myself. You don't need to necessarily come to the table with all of your logic and reasoning and a well-positioned argument to just say, I've changed my objective here. Different things are now important to me, and I want to just clear the air on that. I think that that's worth a discussion in itself. So the one thing we hear time and time again is lack of consultation. Let's reconsider this and have some more have the consultation on it.
Sorry, just a point of clarification. When we do the utilization, we use actual hours used. So actual hours where skates hit the ice, that's what we use. So whether it was canceled and then rebooked, when we do the ice utilization, it is based upon actual hours of ice used. And I reiterate, when we look at actual hours used, that is significantly different over the last 2 years for minor hockey than what they had originally booked. And when I look at their actual hours used and I add on 45 hours of new time, even though it's only going to be one team, so I'm adding on potentially more time, we can still accommodate the hours. And it requires some use of morning time, and it requires, and it gives them priority for the time slot between 5 and 10 p.m. at night, where in previous years they were actually using 4 p.m. and on. So there is room to accommodate them. The displacement will happen where some people who had traditionally, they always played on Thursday night at 7 o'clock, a men's league. Well, they may have to play in Delhi, or Delhi's minor hockey may need to move, or Langton's minor hockey who traditionally never practice on Sunday, we may have to move some of their practice times to Sunday to accommodate some times. But when you look at total hours used, that's what we based our numbers on. So,
Mayor Chop, may I just ask a question? So why don't we have a policy in place that charges groups for cancellation?
we should. To be quite frank, once you book the ice, it's paid for. I've been booking ice for 15 years in multiple communities. I've never seen that. So it is something that is there. It's been my understanding that staff have tried to bring some changes to previous councils before and looked at rate increases, and they were not upheld. So it is something that needs to be taken looked at.
I would certainly be more supportive of that. I think the RFP process might shine light on some of these improvements and practices, but what it's going to do is highlight the facilities we're allowing people to participate in the RFP process for. It's not all inclusive to the pool. It's not going to create a plan for long-term infrastructure and replacement needs down the road. So while a process like charging for potentially canceled time might come up in an RFP process, it doesn't help us now. And so I would be interested in continuing on with this reconsideration, but also having a discussion about paid ice time.
Hello. I'm
You
still
just
here.
stand by here. Hang on, Roger. I just need a mover and a seconder that council proceed past the hour of 9 p.m. to finish the business at hand. Moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All in favor? Roger, are you in favor of extending past 9?
Yes.
Okay,
Hope not till 12.
Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Columbus, go ahead.
Yes, I was actually going to mention that. That was one of my questions, past 9. Mr. Burgess, how many dollars were set aside in the 2020 budget towards the hub project?
Through the chair, specifically for the financing of the hub or for the land acquisition? Just because we dealt with the land acquisition through a reserve, but for financing the hub, nothing. And that's one of the challenges. To me, it was a plan that was not financed. So as part of the budget process, because we knew the commitment was out there, we needed to figure out a way to start to carve money away to be able to finance that commitment if it did arise. So part of that was to look for savings from the assets that are being replaced. So that was part of the theory behind the budget process.
And what was that amount?
The anticipated savings was $150,000 for this year because it was only going to be a half year. Now, because of COVID, we've adjusted that to say we're not going to, but it was anticipated to save about $150,000 a year per arena. And for the Simcoe Rec Center, by closing that was a $300,000 savings. So we were kind of budgeting $450,000 worth of savings to be able to be carved out for financing something else. So you're then a couple of $1 million away from being able to pay the debt that's required on a hub or some other type of asset replacement strategy.
Okay, Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With regard to the user groups and the hours of utilization, and I think this is maybe just all for everybody. I have found that some of the user groups that have contacted me personally, I believe that in the light of the possible closure of one arena or another, depending on the community, I'm speaking specifically, of course, of the western part of Norfolk County, that in light of that, with that possibility, many people have indicated to me that they would be willing to pay substantially higher ICE usage rates if it meant keeping that arena open. And so I think that combined with, once you book the ICE, there's no cancellation, you pay for it. Perhaps that would go some distance in helping resolve these number problems.
Any further comments from you guys? Councillor Grant Basson.
Just as a bit of point of privilege and in recognition of our staff and in defense of them, everything that Mr. Burgess said, we heard all of that during the budget deliberation, so it's not like it's new to us. So I hate the insinuation that we made an ill-informed decision at the time last January. And, I'll go back to the numbers are the numbers, the time slots are there, the availability is there, the savings are there, the use for other possible uses of that facility are there, and I want to continue down that path. We started it, nobody ever answered the question about there will be no hockey for quite some time, right? They're not allowed to do body contact sport, so it's going to be practices only, right? So.
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor, it's still the COVID questions, but as we get closer to September and hockey groups aren't coming out with anything definite, you're right that the team sports are going to be, they're saying January now for the most part, and that is just because we hoping things are different in September than January. So that throws a bit of a shadow on this too, because I think with all the good intentions of these groups needing ice, I really think in September the amount of ice, they're not going to have the teams. It's going to be skills development, stuff like that. So, yep, we're not sure what September's going to bring here, and we're almost into August.
Okay, further comments? I don't know if you want to get into this at the second. I mean, nobody's even talking about where the financing for this is going to come from.
Just for a point of clarity, if I would ask council to direct staff for the targeted $150,000 worth of savings, or at least direct staff to go find savings. If you pass a motion that would directly impact the levy, if we would have to reset our levy, that actually requires a public notification, and so you'd have to do that with 2 weeks notification, I believe, if we need to change our levy. So if you take an action tonight that causes, would cause our budget to increase, you know, we would either have to reset our levy rates or we need to find offset savings. So I would ask council to, you know, consider that offset savings. The other issue is, I know council did not have a chance to deal with it because it was provided to you right now, but our projected net operating deficit for this year because of COVID is just under 1.8 million. You'll see in the memo that was provided is $1.793 million. So this would potentially add a couple $100,000 to probably more like $150,000 because the rec center opens up traditionally opens up after the fall fair. So the operating hours are a little less, right, for the fall.
Yeah, in fairness, it carries through the summer, shuts down for 2 weeks at the fair time.
So it's probably $100,000 or $150,000 that would add to our deficit, projected deficit towards the end of the year. So we would, I think to be a complete motion, council should have a direction on where to find the savings or to increase tax revenue.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to Mr. Burgess, in regards to the, I feel like this conversation, we've encompassed everything, but now talking about the COVID money, we will be getting an announcement, hopefully by the end of the week, from the province as to what we can expect from those $9 billion federal dollars. Is that correct?
I don't know the timing of it, but yeah, the province did sign a deal with the federal government, so we are anticipating revenue to be brought to Norfolk County to offset some of those costs.
Okay.
To date, I don't know if there's additional cost that we may incur, that if there's another package coming for the province if we run into COVID issues in the back half of the year.
But that is one thing to keep in mind, that we will be getting some money from the province, and like I said, I know we don't know the specifics yet. So just to clarify, the bottom line would be is that if we're increasing the budget, that entails a lot of different things because there would need to be an impact on the levy. But if we were able to find you said 150,000, then that would tide us over till the end of this fiscal year. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm doing 9 o'clock math right now, so that would be my best guesstimate that we would probably want to be safe with our assumptions, and 150,000 would be what I think would probably justify the balance, the offset.
Right. Well, I don't know about my colleagues, but I certainly couldn't think of a better use of the Council Initiative Fund to use $150,000 from that fund to support the rec center remaining open for the upcoming season, and then gives us a chance to do more of the community engagement and more overview in terms of the strategic plan. And I do want to say that not having NHL-sized arenas in Norfolk County has never hampered their ability to hold tournaments. So anyways, that's what I would like to put on the table so that there's no impact to the budget, that we look at using our funds from our council initiative fund.
Just a point of clarification, just to make sure the wording is correct. The 150,000 wouldn't be for the season, it's tied to the budget year, so it would really only be for the fall part till the end of December.
Okay.
And then the other cost would then go into next budget that you would have to, if you kept it open for the full hockey season.
Right, okay. I just want to make sure, so we're looking at the beginning part of the season, and then we would make an adjustment come budget time for the remainder. Okay, I got it. Thanks.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to make sure, are we talking about a motion on that's on page 256 that you're adding an amendment to? Is that what's on the floor, or?
If it assists, council still has to reconsider this before debating it. The reconsideration
So we're on
motion is still
255.
before you.
Thank you. I don't see what, this is the same thing I brought up in May, the same thing I brought up in March. The schedule has changed, so I still don't see what's wrong with the original intent. We're not, the first line on page 255, that's dash issue RFPs. Well, we're not calling them RFPs, we're going a different thing, but we're still going through with that. The June date is now November. Rec Center ice removed. It doesn't, we don't need it. And the last line, the proponents take away the idea that a further arena is going to be closed in September of 2020, because that's already been discussed and we've gone past that. There is no logical reason, no mathematical reason of why we need to reopen the discussion on putting ice back at the rec center when last year's usage was 45%. We don't even know if there's going to be a hockey season. It's going to be practices only. The rest of the arenas last year were at 70%. It's a matter of sitting down with the community and juggling the hours a little bit back and forth, get away from that attitude of we've always had that time, and let's prioritize for the kids. And think about Norfolk County, that we have 5 arenas remaining. Last time I checked on a map, it's the exact same distance from Simcoe to Langton as it is from Langton to Simcoe. So if you think it's acceptable from kids from Langton to come play in Simcoe, it must be okay for people in Simcoe to play in Langton. Same distance.
Jason, just in terms of the financial comments, wouldn't there not be more than the 150? Where are the seniors going to go? Obviously, we're not putting them back into a building that's filled with mold. So is the proposition to rent square footage at $27 a square foot at the Robinson building?
That's a good point, Mayor. I never actually factored that in. We would, they are now able to, you know, as entering in stage 3, they are now able to go indoors. So we don't have I think maybe we could arrange something within the rec center with the dogwood rooms and stuff, but I'll transfer that over to Bill.
No, thank you, Mayor Chop. I was sitting here waiting for the seniors to come up as well, because they're going to become quite vocal as we get into stage 3 as well. And as Mr. Burgess said, there is the dogwood room and the Norfolk room and the viewing area of the pool. And again, I don't have the square footage. It's a big piece of real estate, but it's not what they have now. That could be a hybrid where they could go to that side of the building. There's also the lounge there that they could have as well. And our ultimate plan was to have both Dogwood and Norfolk and the multi-purpose rink where all of these different users could come in, and the seniors would play a big part in that, 9 to 4 each day, and then when they're checked out, then we could open up to the public. So that would be the only option that I see now, is to move them into the smaller side of that, so they're out of that building. I'm not sure how they work the group numbers or the programming or anything, but it's something we have to address. I don't have any other ideas where to put them. We do own the rec center. It's ours, and it wouldn't take, you know, it takes some money to put them in, but we do have some money in the budget to get them in.
It's interesting. I mean, as upset as minor hockey is, I mean, even though that the kids will always have their guaranteed ice time, I remember how excited the seniors were about the prospect of moving over into the rec center. Councilor Martin.
I think if we continue on with voting on this, there is specific consideration to the seniors in Councillor Huffman's next motion.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I brought this up early on, but like if we continue on, there's no reason why the seniors can't make use of that viewing area, those meeting rooms. There's a commercial kitchen up there, all those facilities already in. There's 2 other meeting rooms over by the arena upstairs. Let's sit down with the Norfolk County Fair Board. They're not having a fair. They're not having a good year. Maybe we'll get our ECDev department involved to see what kind of deal we can make with them to lease the odd, rent the odd, use the odd for the walking track and all that to, again, free up the space for medical reasons this year. And continue on with, like, I don't know how many bookings are in those dogwood rooms and things like that, but we have lots of other community centers and facilities that are underutilized. You know, I could suggest that if some out-of-town group wants to book the dogwood room upstairs for a daily meeting or something, there's a beautiful little hall in Cortland, there's a great one in Victoria. There are lots of other facilities that are underutilized. So let's have the seniors take over everything that is not the ice pad at the rec center or the ice pad or the pool, and start shifting the users that are currently booking those rooms to other facilities. Talk to the Fair Board. That might help with their viability in this particular year as well. And let's carry on with that plan and just get the idea of putting ice on that surface out of your mind for this year. And if you take away that option, maybe they'll actually sit down and realistically look at it and say, you know what, it is doable if we all get along. But as long as you keep dangling the thought in front of everybody's mind that, well, if it doesn't work out, we can have that. Well, of course, it's not going to work out. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. About times that we have a little bit of backbone once in a while and try to do the right thing, not the politically expedient thing.
I thought that was what we had done at the budget process. None of this was fun for anybody going through the budget. Cutting museums, cutting arenas, any of that was not a good time for council. But I thought we were also doing the right things and not the politically correct things. And at the end of the day, we just sat here and we listened to a presentation on where our debt trajectory was heading in this county and our buildings and our assets that are falling apart. And at a certain point, hard decisions need to be made. And we just raised taxes 8.1%. while cutting services, and meanwhile, we have people that are losing their businesses and losing their jobs. We spend $2 million a year on hockey, and we're worried about, on 64,000 people, not being able to have enough ice time between 5 other arenas. I don't know that much about hockey, but I know that 5 arenas and a population of 64,000 people, there has to be a way, and there is enough ice time. We've heard how the concession stands weren't even running at the arenas because there was never enough people there, and they couldn't get somebody to run the concession stands. And when you talk about an all-Norfolk approach, this is the time for an all-Norfolk approach. Councillor Van Passen's right. Why shouldn't people from Simcoe be going out to Langton? Why shouldn't the arena in Langton be getting used? Here's a way to get the Langton arena used as opposed to keeping all the Simcoe people in Simcoe and not ever venturing out to the western side of the county. I mean, we went through this tough budget deliberations, and for the suggestion that there's not enough ice time for minor hockey right now, when we're seeing utilizations all at 50% across our arenas, it's simply not true. So let's call the vote on the motion for reconsideration and move on with the evening. Andy, if you want to do a recorded vote.
Councillor Geisens.
Yes.
Councillor Rabbits. This is to reopen the budget item for discussion.
We don't want ice at the rec center in this fall, then we should say no to this motion.
Essentially.
Okay.
Councillor Geisens said yes. Councillor Rabbits.
Well, I want to make sure that I've got the right thing, I guess. Sorry.
It's a
well, I just wondered what happened. What happened here?
Yeah, Councillor Geisens, this is to reopen the budget item for discussion. Are you in favor?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Rabbits.
No.
Councillor Martin.
Yes.
Councillor Michele.
Yes.
Councillor Huffman.
Yes.
Councillor Van Passen. No. Councillor Columbus.
Yes.
Councillor Taylor.
Yes.
Mayor Chop.
No.
The motion carries 6-3.
Go ahead with your new motion, Councillor Huffman.
Can I get some assistance from the clerk here? I'm a little confused as to what my new motion is.
You're going to fund this, where the seniors are going to go, all the
Okay.
details that'll be provided.
Okay, going back to, sorry. I'm just surprised that we're where we are. In terms of the funding, what I would like the motion to read is that in terms of the funding of the approximately $150,000, is that those funds come from the Council Initiative Reserve Fund. And in regards to the seniors, that they would continue to still be at the Simcoe Rec Center space, which would be utilizing the community rooms there. Mr. Cridlin can add in the names of those rooms. I've forgotten the Dogwood Suites and...
The Dogwood, Norfolk rooms, viewing area. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. And I would also like it to read that the council does not, that we declare the Pond Street Senior Center as surplus. And I think that covers it all, does it? Oh, and that staff be directed to continue with their efforts to find operators for community halls and arenas with the intent that regardless of outcomes of all arenas will be in operation during the 2021 season.
Through the chair, I'd like to have some mind time to that. I think I would actually pull the RFP off the street for the arena portion, because I think that's a material change to anyone looking at an arena. Because what this would do is essentially anyone looking at taking over an arena or supporting an arena, you've just added more supply back into it that wasn't contemplated. So I would like to at least reserve the right for me to ponder that for at least 24 hours, because I think that would lead to a material change to the RFP. I'd like to talk to legal and procurement, but I think I would amend our RFP that's out in the street to take the arenas off of out of public discussion at this point in time.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to Mr. Burgess. When you're speaking RFP, are you speaking in terms of the call for proposals?
Yeah, sorry, my apologies. It is the call for proposals.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. I wonder if Councillor Huffman is open to a couple friendly amendments here. If we're going off of the motion on page 256 and you're adding in the financial comments to that, I would like for staff to also be able to bring forward any new locations as originally proposed here for a senior center. Additionally, the motion states that council uphold their decision to declare Pond Street Senior Center as surplus. I know that Mr. Burgess has had conversations with the BIA, and I don't know where that initiative is at, and I don't want to hinder that by further solidifying by using the word uphold the decision.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. I forgot about that.
And whatever Mr. Burgess thinks on the timeline of the calls for submission is suitable with me. However, I would like to still see that initiative go forward. For me, this is about putting a plan together before we start to axe things and make closure. So the call for submission, we've sat here for months and said that allows for more community input. That's a good thing. More community input, that's a good thing. Why are we taking that away now? If the timeline needs to be adjusted, then I would be supportive of that. The only other thing I would like to add, with permission from the mover, is that we've sat here and we've talked about the lack of community consultation, the lack of efforts to identify a plan B with our Simcoe infrastructure, whether it's the hub or it's just a new arena down the road from now. So I would ask for a friendly amendment from Councillor Huffman, because I think it builds perfectly on the very first section of this motion, that I think that the RFAB should be given an expanded mandate to assist council and staff by further engaging on rec facility matters, and that they specifically request that they specifically work with council and staff to undertake and engage the public, the rec user groups, to collaborate and develop a plan for Simcoe infrastructure replacement. We've got a group that's willing to do work for council. We need to bridge relationships with other user groups, with the West End community, and I think this is a neutral way for them to come to RFAB and have the discussion. So with your permission, I'd like to add that into your motions so that it's a path forward for our next steps.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Martin. I'm amenable to those friendly amendments.
Once the amendment's accepted, I'd like to make some comments through the chair.
Okay, I think she just said she was amenable to the amendments.
Through the chair, I think if you are looking for a path forward, and council can direct me, but I think it has to be a Norfolk basis, not, frankly, a Simcoe-centric basis of how we're going to replace infrastructure. We need to look at all our infrastructure across the board. Staff have been noodling some Plan B options quietly because we always need a Plan B, C, D, E, and F. One of the potential options out there, there's many potential options out there. I think you need to look at recreational facilities as Norfolk County, not as Simcoe recreational facilities, West End facilities, however we've been determining it, because I think that's what gets us into trouble. So I would strongly recommend from a staff point of view that that you look at it as a Simcoe-wide asset management plan. Secondly, the more I think about it, and again, it's 9 o'clock at night and I'm doing this live, I just don't think it's feasible to actually go through with the request for submissions on the arenas, because frankly, part of the reason all these arenas lose between $300,000 and $400,000 a year. Part of the overall strategy when we put this together, because it is a multi-layered, it's not a one-issue strategy. It's a multi-layered strategy. So part of the issue of closing down one arena and increasing the occupancy of all the other ones was to make someone coming in a better chance at breaking even or be profitable with those arenas. By keeping an extra ice surface being run by the municipality, it really destroys those economics. That's why, if you remember, the subsidy that was set was $150,000 with a $1 lease, because one facility was being removed. That ice should go to other facilities. So instead of other facilities losing $300,000 or $400,000 or $250,000, they get more ice time. That drops their losses closer to that 150 range. So you can't pick and choose these items. It was a comprehensive plan, and they're all intertwined. So the more I think about it, I want to reserve the right to talk to legal and to talk to procurement, but the more I think about it, you know, the call for submissions for arenas to me is not it materially changes too much to make it a real procurement activity at this point in time.
If I may, Mayor Chop, I agree with you. So if I spoke about too heavily on a Simcoe recreation replacement plan, I just meant that language in terms, in replacement for the terminology hub. I do think that we need a whole holistic approach to all of Norfolk County's infrastructure and their pieces and their places, and I think the Recreational Facility Advisory Board is a good player for that because they're a bit neutral for other user groups and the West End, who is currently upset with the way we've done things. I understand your comments with regards to the calls for submission. My understanding that we hadn't gone ahead with that information session yet, unless I'm not correct?
The information session's tomorrow evening.
Okay, well, I think I'll leave that with you or for council to make further comments on, but I still think that we've sat here for months and said that communication strategy was a good one to reach out to the public, and now we're saying it's not worth anything, or it's not worth the content that we're going to find in it, because now we've changed the dynamics of an additional arena. Yeah, thank you.
Well, the dynamics are supply and demand, and by reducing the supply, it was going to put more people in using those other arenas that might make somebody's business plan viable. And I think this was one of the greatest things for the West End, because it was going to force people to actually go and play hockey in the West End that might not have otherwise gone out there. Councillor Van Passen.
Mayor, I brought up this question before, that I believe that this whole reconsideration is out of order because we're too far down the path of implementing it already to go backwards and change our mind. And now another issue has come up that, we've issued this call for submissions, but now that becomes an invalid thing because, you can't sort of expect somebody to keep changing the rules every day and still make a valid point. We've spent money working on plans to move the seniors. We've done a lot of things, but obviously I was mistaken that we can just change our mind at any whim that we want and just go in a different direction any which day that we want to. I'm still not sure what the motion is reading, but I'm sure it'll be read before we vote on it this time. So
I can attempt to. I might need to
Just,
clean
if
it
I
up.
could ask a couple questions just to Jason. In terms of, I don't know, I mean, I guess just being around the office here and so on, but in terms of things like the air quality and work refusals at the Annalise Aquatic Center, at a certain point, if we don't start making some changes and some hard decisions, what is the future of the pool, even in Norfolk County?
I'll start. I think Bill can. The pool is, once we start to do, there's a pretty significant capital budget item that we deferred. And I'll dumb it down because I'm not an expert, but once you start making changes to the pool, you have to bring everything up to code. Our filtration system for the water only cycles water every 4 times an hour, and supposed to new code is 6 times. The air movement system is just barely meeting code. We need to improve that. The work refusals happened previously. I don't believe there has been any in the last bit, but it has been an issue. The athletes certainly do complain because of the heat in there, because we can't control airflow. It's not uncommon for older pools, that happens, but those are the issues that are there. I can't remember what the capital budget items for the pool is, but it's pretty significant over the next few years. And so I'll let Bill chirp in.
Through the mayor. No, Jason did a good job. I mean, I think I'll go to bather load. The pool was one of the major things in the that 2017 staff report I did. At the time, Talbot Gardens had some issues, but we were able to get through those. But the pool is aging. I mean, the bather load, I'm told, the pool used to, for years, 100 bathers a year. Now 100 bathers a day, and that hits 300 now. So with that, you have your water chemistry, which is picking up body fluids, sweats, makeups, things like that. And with that, with our pool being designed to only turn over 4 times and meeting 6, our water quality isn't quite there, and you mix that with poor ventilation in the air, you just have a pool that doesn't get to rest, and that's where you get this mix of chemicals at the surface that we have had, as Mayor Chop had mentioned, some work refusals. We've did a few quick things. There is a bubbler we run now at times. We do have to shut the pool down at times more often for chemistry, stuff like that. So the pool is, we get by, but it is the bather load that gives us the problem. And to us, it was one of the major things. That bather load is not going down, so that why it was part of this to get a new the new pool in. So I'm kind of, it's got the 9:30 mind going now. I forget what the original question was, but we are able to deal with those issues with air quality, but it is very tough due to the bather load we have. The pool is overused for what it was designed for.
So I guess a question about the surface at the rec center. Nobody likes change. I mean, people elected change, but a second we've tried to make changes, then everything, it seems that we're revisiting just like the old council did and going back on our decisions that we've made. If we tried this out this year, and we found that between the other 5 arenas that there was such a renewed interest in hockey and there simply wasn't enough ice time, why would it be, I'm assuming that the floor would go down in there, would it be that complicated to reopen the rec center back up if that was the only option that we had for the following year?
You're talking the ice surface? Yeah, the only thing we would have to do is there is a chemical in the lines which should go out if it's not being used for a hockey arena. That is still left in, so if it was used for a different purpose, that comes out. I think it's around $20,000. We'd put it back in so we could refrigerate the floor.
So we're not tearing the rec center down with this proposal. We're trying something new. We're seeing if we can drive skaters and hockey players out to the west end of the county and actually get people out to the west end of the county. And if it didn't work, then we would be able to come back, and if we didn't have a better plan to either build another newer arena for the county, even without the hub funding, then we would be able to technically rip out what was put in the walking track and the pickle, which isn't much. It's not like we're putting in a lot of infrastructure into the rec center to play volleyball and pickleball and have a walking track. We could rip that out and put the ice surface back in there.
Through the mayor. Yeah, I think staff would want clear direction on that because obviously the original plan was to put more permanent stuff in, thinking that this is our dry land training camp for the hammerheads. This is pickleball for, you know, that sort of thing. So if that is the plan, I think staff would have to modify some of their plans so we didn't actually drill through the floor and stuff like that. But if we know ahead of time, I agree with the mayor that it's doable.
And especially as we look into the fall, that you know, it is a very real possibility that we might not be using that floor for anything other than an interim treatment center.
Yep, that is true.
Councillor Van Passen.
I think that's what I suggested before, that save that for the interim treatment center, make a deal with the Fair Board, have all those amenities at the hub for this particular fall, and see how it goes. Because we sort of, you know, it's great throw these new motions out, but what are we going to do for the interim treatment center under this new motion? How long is it going to take to go find a new center for the seniors if we're going to send staff out looking for that when they're probably going to want it on Friday? But, you know, again, for this particular year, we've got so many things so many balls up in the air. We still need the center. We still need all that. We don't know if they're going to actually been playing hockey. Let's just not put the ice in it and work around that. And if the absolute perfect world scenario comes, that I'm sure hope does, and at Christmas time the world is great and we need the hockey, in a week we can have ice back on that floor.
I mean, we've wondered why the county has been on this trajectory for years. Again, people elected change to come in here. I don't know how you think that you can fund 6 hockey arenas and 5 libraries and 16 community centers and 7 museums and 5 water and wastewater treatment plants, all in 64,000 people. At a certain point, there's a breaking point, and the county is past the breaking point. And Councillor Columbus, you've been around for a long time and seeing this negative trajectory downwards. And, you know, we've taken steps as a county and council to try to reverse that trend. And so to come back on it all this months later, when we're already putting $2 million a year into hockey, but we have more residents in Norfolk County than just hockey players. And, you know, it's time that we make stick with the hard decisions that we actually made. Councillor Columbus.
People voted for change, all right, but I think they expected positive change, not negative change.
Well, unfortunately, there is no positive to closing anything. There's never going to be somebody that says, please close my museum, please close this hockey arena. It is always going to be that piece. For someone, it's just the museum. For someone else, it's just the hockey arena. And none of it was easy through the budget deliberations. And I couldn't have been, you know, more impressed or proud of council for making those tough decisions at budget deliberation, and all unanimously, with the exception of the one. But we did, and we stuck together and we got through it. And now, as a result of lobbying on behalf of one group, here it's all coming to fall apart again. So it's going to be an interesting budget deliberation in the fall, that's for sure. Get ready for another tax increase. I guess, did you want to take the vote?
Sure, I'll read out the motion. I might have to tweak a couple, watch the video tomorrow morning and tweak a couple words, but I think I got the gist of it down. That resolution number 10 of the Budget Committee minutes of January 20th, 29th, 2020 be deleted in its entirety and replaced with the following therein. that council approve of the utilization of the council initiative fund for up to $150,000 to bring the Simcoe Recreation Center Arena into operation for 2020, and that council directs staff to continue to consider potential options, including declaring surplus or reutilization of the Pond Street building, and that council direct that the senior center be moved to the available meeting rooms at the Simcoe Recreation Center on an interim basis, and further, that the RFAB board be given an expanded mandate to assist county council and staff by being further engaged on existing recreation facility matters, and that RFAB be specifically requested to work at the direction of council in concert with county staff to undertake and engage the public and recreation users to collaboratively develop a Simcoe recreation facility replacement plan to lay out viable options for the long-term needs and uses of the Simcoe's existing and prospective recreation center facilities, and that staff be directed to make efforts to find operators for community halls and arenas.
Mr. Griselle, I think one thing I'd like to clarify is it says up to $150,000. I don't want to get stuck on that number and have to bring it back for further discussion if Mr. Burgess's 9:30 p.m. math isn't correct, so I don't know if he has something else preferred.
I think council needs to be specific, and I apologize. Something else came to my mind. The seniors group had committed financial dollars to the development of a new center, so they had a couple $100,000. You know, they had, I believe there was an original plan for about a $5 million build, and they were to contribute some money. There was some anticipation that there was some dollars coming from that. So I agree. I don't know if I've fully thought about all the implications of this, but I think we might also be short on the capital contribution from the seniors, because we'd have to confirm whether they'd still be committed to something that doesn't provide them as much space or as much usability of the space. So I'm not sure how council wants to word it. But it has to be clear from a budget point of view, so that it doesn't get challenged later, that you have not negatively impacted the levy. That council has, because this is not a new direction where there's funding. This is an amendment to a budget consideration, or like this is changing your position on the budget, which generated the rate schedule. So I just want to make sure that we're careful that we're not doing anything that can be later challenged if it is. So I would err on the side of increasing that number for use out of that council strategic fund so that we're safe with it.
Why, to do this most transparently, don't we get the final number and then in December send all the taxpayers of Norfolk County a special levy of a tax bill for keeping the rec center open for those, you know, that small portion of the population in Norfolk County that's playing hockey, so that it's completely transparent. Here's your bill, Mr. Smith, that just lost your job as a result of COVID. This is what you're going to pay for keeping the rec center open.
I don't want to advise that. It costs. First off, you have to change the tax rate. You actually have to post it. You'd have to have a public meeting. You'd have to do all that stuff. Additionally, I don't want to change the tax rate at this point in time for a variety of reasons. One is the economic circumstances out there aren't the best. I don't want to be doing that. Secondly, frankly, I don't want to waste the stamps to do it. I'd rather just find an internal source of funding and do it, because it's going to cost me more money that I don't have to send out new bills. So I'd rather avoid that.
Councillor Van Bassen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I remember anything about the budget, I think the savings we accounted for was almost $300,000 by the closure of the rec center ice surface. We reduced costs because the net cost by the better use of the other arenas. I think we're closer to $500,000, and for that reason, I think that this motion, I can't in good conscience pass it if you're just going to make up numbers and throw them there and know you're not true. So I would move that this whole discussion be deferred to the next meeting.
Okay, is there a seconder for the deferral? Councillor Rabbits.
Hello?
Roger, we're going to vote on deferral to the next meeting, and if there can be some actual numbers provided.
Well, I've been listening.
Okay, so on the motion to defer the resolution to, I'm assuming the August 18th meeting, we're not going to deal with this on Friday. To call the recorded vote, Councillor Geisens.
Yes.
Councillor Rabbits.
Yes.
Councillor Martin.
No.
Councillor Michele.
Yes.
Councillor Huffman.
No.
Councillor Van Passen. Councillor Columbus.
No.
Councillor Taylor.
No.
Mayor Chop.
Yes.
5-4. The motion is carried.
Okay, so we'll reconvene with this discussion at the August 18th council meeting. Any last general announcements? Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. I just wanted to address an issue that affected me this week, and I believe, I don't know where else to bring it in terms of a breach of a code of conduct of one of my fellow councillors, where I was maligned, and I just wanted to know what the protocol is for dealing with a breach of the code of conduct.
You would file your complaint with the Integrity Commissioner, or you can raise it at council.
Oh, I guess I'll raise it right now then. So this week, there was a breach of code of conduct. In my opinion, there were comments from a fellow councillor, Councillor Van Passen, regarding myself in regards to 2 separate emails with a constituent, and it was a shared email that went out amongst all of council that accused me of grandstanding and other terminology in regards to me bringing forward a motion last week regarding face coverings. And I would expect an apology from the member.
I believe I also saw the email that you're referring to. I don't believe it referred to yourself.
Well, if it's an issue here, I'll just file a complaint with the Integrity Commission.
Did you wish to? I can pull this up. Any comments, Councilor Van Passen?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Everybody digging, I'm sure that, like, that was on the distribution list to all of council, so somebody must have it on their emails on their iPhones, and like, I'd sure like to see somebody, or have somebody read it. And if there's any which way that I have maligned an individual councillor, I would be more than happy to apologize for that, but I don't believe that there's any comments directed to any particular member of this council, and I don't know if I would need to apologize, but I will if I've mentioned somebody by name that accused him of some terrible thing.
Would you like me to read it? The email was to both yourself and myself. Please find below the correspondence from such and such. Was in regards to zoning changed. On an unrelated note, we are both pro a mandatory mask requirement in our county. We believe a mandatory mask requirement will help stop the spread of COVID-19 virus, thereby helping to keep us and the residents of Norfolk County safe, and that the science in this regard is a matter of fact. And the first instance, let me see here. Apologies. so-and-so, that is quite the list of new allowed uses, et cetera, et cetera. When it comes to the use of mandatory masks, I am still agreeing with the stance of our medical officer of health, recommending the use of masks where social distancing is hard to maintain. The problem with the municipal bylaw is that it is completely unenforceable. We are not allowed to ask a person if they have an underlying medical problem that would exempt them, and there is no requirement in law for anyone to identify themselves to a bylaw enforcement officer. It makes for good political grandstanding, and a few councillors can score some cheap points in the media, but it serves no real purpose in protecting our community. I would support an order from our MOH or wait for provincial regulations to change, both of which would be enforceable. Quite frankly, we are appalled. You would suggest anyone who represents this community and cares for its residents would be politically grandstanding, or that any councillors can score cheap points in the media. It's abundantly clear, scientific and medical fact, that anyone supporting a mask mandate is interested in the health and well-being of our community residents and visitors. At this point, we do not know which councillors are for or against a face covering ordinance, but we want to reiterate that we fully support such a mandate, and any councillors who also support it. It appears that as our area representative, you are not interested in protecting us neighbors. How sad. We certainly hope you change your mind before this matter comes to council for discussion and vote next week. Hello, so-and-so. This is why I don't like to use email and text messages. When you try to be concise, you can also lose some of the context. A statement made out of context with details lacking can quite often be misinterpreted. At our meeting on Tuesday, we had a councillor who wanted to immediately pass a bylaw requiring the mandatory use of masks in all public spaces, which would be the same as Brant's. The problem I have with that is that at the time we had no idea what, it was Brantford, but Brant was proposing, and their council had not yet passed any bylaw as their meeting was scheduled for that same day. To me, that is political grandstanding, saying you want to do what the other person is doing even when you have no idea what that is. I suggest that this matter was better suited to a meeting of the Board of Health rather than a meeting of council in committee, as I believed, as I still do, that we should have some input from our medical officer of health. I believe I have already explained my opinion that I think that this type of bylaw would be unenforceable by our staff, and I would much prefer to discuss the option of a Section 22 order from our medical officer of health. Please don't jump to the conclusion that I do not or will not support a mandatory mask ordinance. It is still a work in progress to find a solution that will be achieved, that will achieve the desired results for our community. Thanks, Chris. So, okay. I don't believe any councillors were named in the email.
I guess if that works for everybody, that's great. Good job.
Okay, any further general announcements, Councillor Martin?
Not a general announcement, just while we're on the topic. You know, at this point in time, naming council members or not naming council members, we need to be working as a team because we're supposed to be representing an entire community. We've got divisiveness from one end of the county to the other. I think just some maturity and general kindness to one another would go a long way when we're trying to provide a united front and lead a county through an emergency pandemic. So maybe we can all put on our big girl and big boy pants and be kind to each other and do our job. Thank you.
Further general announcements. Sorry, go ahead.
Just a couple real quick ones. I would remind the public, if you want your correspondence and your emailing council members to get it on the agenda, make sure to send it to clerks at Norfolk County. The IPC, the Information and Privacy Commissioner, kind of takes a very heavy stance that we need to protect your personal information. So you either need to send it to me, Andy Grizel at norfolkcounty.ca, or to clerks at norfolkcounty.ca, and then we'll make sure that it gets on the agenda. And the other thing is just a very sad days coming up. We're losing Stephanie Godby, as you know, in the clerk's department. She's just been such a key part of that team, and I just really want to send a message out to her that I certainly appreciate the service that she's provided to me as the clerk, to our team. It's we're a family down there, and it's really hard to lose her. and it's just, it's going to hurt a lot to lose her, but I think she should be very proud of the 14 years of service that she provided the residents here of Norfolk County. Thank you.
And good luck in her new endeavors. I would second that. Stephanie has been instrumental in helping this new council along all through that process. Councillor Columbus.
I just hope she's listening. She told me she'd be watching the show. Thanks.
Any other further announcements? Okay, just a confirming bylaw. I think I've lost it there now. Confirming bylaw 2020-2064. If I could have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Rabbits. All those in favor? That's carried. And a
Yes.
motion to adjourn at 10:01 p.m. Councillor Martin, Councillor Taylor, all those in favor? Meeting's adjourned.
Hello. Yeah,
Good night,
I'm
Roger.
here. Okay. See you next week.